Hey, NFL fans, welcome to a big day, the 2025 NFL Draft, being brought to you by Sports Unfolded, where we will give you all of the picks as they come in and talk about them. I am your host, Eric, my main man right up there, Ron, and the big dog in the house. How are you gentlemen tonight?
Does that song not get you pumped up for this?
I am ready. I am pumped. I have been looking forward to this for weeks. This is an opportunity for a team to either change their trajectory or actually end up going in the wrong direction. So, and we've seen that for many, many years. So it's always exciting to see what happens, how teams are thinking, and obviously where they made some mistakes. So I'm looking forward to it tonight, gentlemen. Obviously, the first two picks as we get into this look like they're almost a lock. Cam Ward, Abdul Carter. Where it's going to get interesting in this draft tonight is at 3 with the New York Giants. Shedeur Sanders possibly.
Hey, it could happen at Cleveland.
Yeah, I think Cleveland is going to go Abdul Carter, but we'll see what happens and we'll talk through it. We also want to let our fans know if you are joining us live, please join the chat. Let us know as the picks come in who you think they should have picked. If you don't agree or if you like the pick, let us know that as well. But looking forward to tonight and seeing all of the festivities as well. Right now, the NFL, putting on a great show here at the beginning, which they normally do. All the attendees for the NFL draft are there now, and they introduce them as well. Any surprises or things that you two are looking for tonight from any particular team or a particular player?
Yeah, I'm looking at New Orleans, to be honest with you, because they have some question marks. They don't even know if Carr is going to be ready. So, I mean, he's on the shelf right now. So it'll be interesting to see if they try moving up or if they just hope that somebody falls to them. I think New Orleans is a very intriguing team in this year's draft. I mean, they are picking 9th, so they could just sit there and wait and hope. But if somebody decides that they want to leap forward, that could shut New Orleans Saints out.
Yeah. Jackson Dart, possibly there at 9. The interesting part of this is last year we saw quarterback after quarterback after quarterback. This year, maybe three in the first round.
Yeah, but it was also like a frenzy last year. It looked like everybody was paranoid being left out. And if that happens again, I'll be amazed because I would think that they learned from last season. But some of these teams are perennial failures. So would not be surprised if some of them panic and try to move up.
Kenny, your thoughts on anybody tonight that you're looking at?
I'm looking at that number 3 to pick for the Giants. I think they'll trade it up. They need to address their defensive line. And if they don't, a duel might be a good fit for them.
Yeah, a lot of questions though with Abdul Carter to New York, right? They already got Thibodeau. They're kind of heavy on the defensive end pass rusher. Yeah. That's where I say it gets interesting because there's going to be teams definitely trying to move up to 3. New Orleans may be one of them as well. Again, where does Shedeur Sanders fall tonight? That's been a question that's obviously been talked about for the last few weeks. Do we think he's a top 5 pick in this year's draft?
No.
Well, if somebody's moving up, it's probably to get him. Although in the case like the Giants need so much. Do they draft a quarterback or will they go with the best player? That is a question. And that's a team that could be the team that panics.
Yeah.
That could be the one.
Yeah. 9 minutes left till the draft begins. Kenny is our insider tonight and is looking at all the players. Kenny, your top 5 players tonight that you think should be going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
First, I have Cam Ward, of course. He's going to be number one pick. Travis Hunter, number 2. I got Abdul Carter, number 3. The New England Patriots, Will Campbell, but we will see about that. And number 4 would be Ashton Gentry.
Right. Gentry's an interesting one. A very high pick for a running back early on. But we saw Saquon Barkley and what he was able to do with the New York Giants a few years ago when he was a high pick. Is Gentry that kind of caliber running back that can make a difference and change an offense? That's going to be something that may be debated tonight as well. If he goes in the top 5, do we expect?
I don't think he's going to, unless somebody trades up to that number 5 pick. I think the Jacksonville Jaguars should go for Graham, to be honest with you. I think that's the player that they need the most. I don't really think that they're in the running for, no pun intended, for running back. I like Mason Graham there. If anybody is going to move up, I would maybe say possibly Chicago to go get him.
And then the questions would be, again, if the Giants do take Shedeur, that leaves New England with either Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, depending on who Cleveland picks. Is that a possibility that New England takes one of those 2 players, or Kenny, do we still see them go after Will Campbell and make that decision to get some protection for their young quarterback?
Yeah, they'll go with Will Campbell first, and then the second round or third round, they'll adjust the defensive, because that's what they need.
But if Abdul Carter is there, you kind of have to take him. I mean, I would think you'd have to. I mean, he's a difference maker.
What about Travis Hunter? Travis Hunter or Will Campbell?
Well, I would take Will Campbell.
I'll take Will Campbell.
Interesting, right? So a lot of New England fans, I'm sure, would be looking at trying to get that flashy player. Travis Hunter would be that pick.
They want the flash, but you know, the Patriots need that offensive lineman. But the only player I would not take him for would be Abdul Carter.
And then Jacksonville at 5, to your point, very interesting. Obviously going through some transition. Trevor Lawrence, this is kind of make or break time for his career. Do they get him some weapons? That's why Gentry's an interesting pick here, because if they do that, then you know they're going that route. But it could spell some issues, because defensively they do need a lot of pieces as well.
Yeah, they do. Look, I just think the glitz and the glamour part of it makes teams change their direction. And we're going to find out which organizations are in it to win it, or just to please your fans. That's plain and simple. And we've seen it so many times where somebody gets drafted much higher than they need to be.
Yeah. And I think that's where we're going to start to see some of these teams. Do they make the flash move, or do they make a move that will ultimately better their team? Drake May needing offensive protection. We know the offensive line has been horrendous for New England, especially last season. Will Campbell makes more sense there than a Travis Hunter. But if Abdul Carter is there, that makes that interesting as well. Does a team reach with Shedeur Sanders? If the Giants decide to go that route after getting Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, that kind of throws this draft all out of whack, because I think most people will just assume now that Shedeur Sanders is falling. And to your point, Ron, I think the first team that really starts to pop is that 9 then with New Orleans.
Yeah, that's going to tell us a lot. Because I have them picking a quarterback there. I have them actually picking Shedeur Sanders in that spot. But It could be Dart. But I think Shedeur Sanders, I think his type of gameplay will be better in a dome. And I think he's gonna have better results if he does get drafted by a team like New Orleans Saints, rather than somebody say, in a very windy environment. I don't think that he would succeed as well.
Well, played in
in
Colorado, which is not exactly, great weather. But I would say this, Ron. Here's the wild card. We just assume Cleveland's not going quarterback.
Right, and that's they're one of those teams that never seems to get it right. They could very much trade this pick, and there was a lot of phone calls being made to Cleveland about this pick. They could very well trade down and then get their quarterback rather than Travis Hunter.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense. Right, makes a lot of sense.
That's what I think they should do.
Yeah.
Get some assets. Yeah. Listen, we know Deshaun Watson, that deal, and how much it's hurt this franchise. You need to start to get some pieces and accumulate picks now that will ultimately help rebuild this franchise. Grabbing or reaching, and I'm not saying Shedeur Sanders is a bad quarterback. I think but I don't know if he's a franchise-changing quarterback that's going to make a difference. That if you draft him at 2, ultimately what ends up happening is you're right back in the same boat for the next 5 years. So that's where it's going to be interesting. I think 3 is where you really start to see where this draft is going to head, because the New York Giants either make a pick that ultimately hurts New England, or they trade down and somebody moves up. We haven't seen any trades yet, which is really rare too. Usually you see somebody try to make a move by now. We'll have to see once the ticket goes. That might change something. I think we're pretty secure in Tennessee taking Cam Ward at number 1, no trade. That one seems to be a lock. There's no real big mystery there.
Yeah, I mean, because really, what are you going to accept in a trade for that spot? When you need a quarterback, it would have to be a quarterback coming back. And let's face it, you're not going to get Patrick Mahomes, for that number 1 pick. I mean, it's just not happening. You're not going to get Josh Allen. You're not going to get, a Jackson or any of those top guys. Joe Burrow is not going there for a first-round pick. It's just not happening. Now, not saying that it couldn't come from Dallas, but...
Yeah, Dallas is an interesting, right? Genty, again, you think about how they want to run the ball and kind of get back into that mode. Maybe tries to make a move up. Another team that really is interesting in this right now is the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are sitting on Aaron Rodgers. And is Aaron Rodgers going to end up signing with Pittsburgh? If not, then do they try to move up and try to get one of these quarterbacks,
right,
Jackson Dart, or if they try to get, move up and get Shedeur Sanders? That's another interesting piece of this draft tonight, because the Pittsburgh Steelers, in all honesty, are probably the team in the most disarray, because you don't even know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. Do they make a decision to just say, hey, we're gonna try to trade up?
They might have already made the decision not to go after Aaron Rodgers,
which now puts them in that trade category to say, do they move up? Do they try to get one of these 3 quarterbacks that we assume are going in the first round?
And when you start looking at some of these teams that have been just bad, you're looking, maybe Carolina might decide, hey, you know what? Maybe we should draft a quarterback. You never know, because he didn't play that well most of the year last year.
Yeah, I think you saw a little bit of a change, though. I think they're going to go one more year.
I'm just saying, that's one of those teams that panics.
Yeah, they could be. So obviously the first pick overall is going to be the Tennessee Titans. Commission, I believe, is going to be kicking it off any second now. So it's going to be interesting to see. Again, how confident are you that Cam Ward should be the number 1 pick?
For Tennessee, yeah, he should. He should be. I think so. They need a quarterback. They don't have their guy right now, and they know that. So you got to go after the best guy right now. You got to put your franchise in the right direction, and that is getting a quarterback that you can build around. Now, it's going to take time for them. It's going to take time because it's just not going to happen overnight. I mean, you're probably looking at like a 2-win season.
Yeah, they were 3-14 last year.
Yeah.
Again, we know they need a quarterback. They made some changes, but they need a wide receiver, edge rusher, offensive tackle, safety. So this is not a one player changes the complete complexity of this team that now all of a sudden they are a playoff bound team. Also in a tough division. So
yeah, but Tennessee needs to bring some excitement back to Tennessee, and Ward can do that. I believe Cam Ward can do that.
Because they'll feel like they have a guy. They have their guy that they need and they want, and they have to really bring this kid along the right way. Like, I'm sure he's going to start, but you also have to understand that he doesn't have much of anything around him. So he's going to struggle, and they're not going to win games, and the fans need to be patient about that. It's not always easy.
Yeah, again, it's going to be interesting too, because do you look at the Tennessee Titans roster and sit back and go, okay, Cam Ward, what's he looking at when it comes to what he's working with? So again, same situation. Do they really have? He's Roger Goodell riding a bike. What is going on right now? What are we watching?
I have no idea.
Why is everybody riding a bike? What is going on here already?
I have no idea.
I don't know what's going to happen here, but
hey, Woody. Hey, Woody. Hey.
Easy up there. Calvin Ridley, you know what I mean? Tony Pollard, they have Tyler Lockett. So they have some pieces on offense. Getting a quarterback that actually can be productive may help this offense. But I also think that offensive line is going to be interesting.
Pollard is important in this because he's going to be able to, have a running back that is very capable of taking a larger load, in the offense for now, right? Especially at first. The first handful of games are going to be very crucial that Tony Pollard is able to carry that offensive load. And they'll probably end up getting a running back at some point just to be in there to give Pollard some rest. So they're gonna have to get another guy for that as well. And then if you hit on some later draft picks with some linemen or something, you never know. You never know, but it's a learning process.
Yeah. The crazy part about the first round, right? We've seen guys go in the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth round that end up being franchise changes.
Especially that sixth round.
Right. And in New England, we saw that with a 6th round draft pick. Patrick Mahomes was not a 1st round pick. Right. So again, day 2's crucial. But day 1, you're trying to get a player that will start for you opening day, game 1, and hopefully be there for the 17 regular season games. This is where, to me, I would question if Cam Ward is the number 1 pick. Is he a guy that's going to start 17 games for the Tennessee Titans, or is this a guy they're going to still have to work in?
Well, I don't think he has much of a choice.
Right? PFF has him ranked the 20th best player in this draft.
Which is kind of
surprising, right? So, when we talk about best available, he's not the best available player. Does a Abdul Carter make this franchise a difference maker? Gives them a Myles Garrett, a guy that we think could be a dominant player for the next 10 years.
CBS has him at number 3.
Okay. So again, that's where I say though, when it ranges like that and there's questions, you kind of look at the player. Is this player where we think he's ranked, or is this a stretch for Tennessee at number 1? I don't even know what's going on. Everybody's yelling. There's things going on.
I just think
just get the draft started. This is why this thing takes till midnight.
To get your guy, and you can't draft a different position to lead the way. You have to start with your franchise player, which is the quarterback. It's got to be that way. You know, I remember the days where you used to go after that defensive player, and that is what you built your team around because defense wins championships. Well, it still does, but you do need that quarterback to lead the way, and it's no longer okay to have the guy like a Trent Dilfer leading the way for you. It worked back then because the defense was so good and the rules weren't offensive-minded. Now you have to have that quarterback.
All right.
And you can't start anywhere else.
Tennessee on the clock. So our first pick will be within the next 10 minutes. Again, pretty secure and safe bet to say it's going to be Cam Ward. But it's going to, I thought you had the little graphic with the team too. No?
Yeah, I didn't do it for Tennessee yet.
Okay.
Because I wanted the Sports Unfolded logo.
That's fine. I was just curious. I said I didn't know if something was a little.
It starts with a certain team.
Okay. So again, Cam Ward. We don't think it's Shedeur Sanders. Could this possibly be Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter?
No. It's going to be Cam Ward.
Cam Ward. Expectations would be, right, we pair him now. We talked about it, Tony Pollard, Calvin Ridley, Tyler Lockett, some definite offensive players there. They're going to have to get him aligned. That's going to be key for this kid to be successful. You're going to have to look at what they do in the second or third round. Hopefully Hunter falls to the Patriots. Josh, thanks for joining. Yeah, listen, we think we agree with you. Cam Ward probably going first. Going to be interesting if Travis Hunter falls. Again, Patriot fans wanting that flash pick. We're thinking it's going to be Will Campbell. But again, it could be interesting to see the people on the phone in Tennessee, and somehow this will still take 8 minutes. This is what drives me nuts about these drafts sometimes. It's and now Cam Ward's on the phone. What do we think who's he talking to right now? I wonder. I wonder. So Cam Ward, again, 2's interesting because Cam Ward, after Cam Ward, does Cleveland go Shedeur Sanders? Do they go Abdul Carter and try to pair him with Myles Garrett? Do they go Travis Hunter and try to give themselves a cornerback?
Can you imagine those two on defense on both edges? Oh my God. Right.
So now, then what happens at 3? 3 is going to be where this draft really starts to get interesting. I still say Tennessee, there was no real excitement in this. We kind of figured this is where they were going with Cam Ward, but we'll see. We will see, right? We got to wait for the pick to come in. There's about 7 minutes left in that.
Tennessee's happy. They know what's coming.
They think they know what's coming.
Yeah,
nothing's ever guaranteed, right? Again, Tennessee 3-14 last year. Obviously, amount of changes. They signed tackle Dan Moore and inside linebacker Cody Barton. That was their only real moves. So again, still a lot of pieces needed in Tennessee. So we will have to see if what they do now, rounds 2, 3, and 4, if they build around Cam Ward on the offensive line, because that may be critical to his success in Tennessee.
I don't understand why the league drags it out like this. Absolutely I know why, but I don't know why.
Yeah, I think.
It's
Look, at
all
the end
for
of the
the
day,
commercials
yeah,
and the advertising.
Yeah.
yeah. So Brian Callahan, the head coach of the Tennessee Titans. Again, this is going to be.
Hey, how about this? Who do you think's going to come out to announce the picks?
Yeah, I don't right. Like they always do that one player, or they have some like so that'd be interesting to see.
Eddie George, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, maybe they'll have Mike Vrabel do it.
No, I don't think that'll happen, but I think he's busy somewhere else.
Yeah.
I hope he's busy somewhere else.
Me too.
We got some bigger issues in New England. I mean,
so why
the comparison of Cam? See, this is where the NFL goes crazy, and these TV state. They're comparing him to Patrick Mahomes because they throw it on Pat. Like, let's put this much pressure on somebody that's been,
just kiss of death.
Yeah,
there you go.
Don't.
Yeah.
So he has different arm angles. You definitely see that. Obviously, he's very athletic. He's going to be able to move around the pocket and do some things. And let's watch Patrick Mahomes do the same thing. I can't anymore.
So Josh, who do you think is going to be the better quarterback?
The pick is in.
Cam Ward or
Sanders?
Yeah.
Jackson Dart?
The pick is in. So we are going to get our first pick of the night. All assumptions are this is going to be Cam Ward, the Miami quarterback. 158 touchdown passes, most by any quarterback in D1 history. So again, has an eye for the end zone, very athletic. Again, what does Tennessee do to build around him will be keys round 2, 3, and 4, I think, offensively to get him some protection. Regardless of what we think he is athletically, we know quarterbacks. Listen, Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, that Philadelphia Eagles line and what they were able to do, as great as Patrick Mahomes is, still disrupted that offense. You need to get guys that can block. That's going to be key in rounds 1, 2, or 3.
The pick is in, but he's still sitting there.
Yeah. Let's go.
He's taking his time. Dude, it's all about, you got to hype it up, man. It's the anticipation of it. That'll just stand up and go. Right? But I truly think, we're going to get our first non-surprise of the draft. This is going to be Cam Ward.
Of course.
I think the biggest surprise who comes out to, oh, no, that's right. Commissioner does the first round.
Yeah, he always does the first one.
Yeah. Well, he does the first round, does he not? I think he does the whole first round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see the Tennessee Titans, who they select with the number 1 pick in the 2025 NFL draft. Anybody surprised right now? Is anybody wait? Oh, it's Cam Ward.
Cam Ward.
It's Joe.
Cam Ward, the Miami quarterback. It will be interesting to see now Cleveland and what they do. Again, do we see that stretch, gentlemen? Or is this just going to be what we think Abdul Carter? Right now, if you're looking at PFF, Travis Hunter, the number 1 rated player, Abdul Carter, number 2. I don't know. You say you have CBS, Ron. Who's 1, 2 in CBS rankings?
Let me get that for you. Doing overall. Travis Hunter, number 1. Abdul Carter, number 2.
Cleveland is trading.
Cleveland trade the pick to Jacksonville.
Jacksonville.
Wow, gentlemen. Already.
I told you.
Yep.
This is insane.
Yep.
Well, that's got to be Abdul Carter then. It's got to be.
Yeah.
Or do they go Gentry here?
That would be a mistake to get him there. I mean, it's got to be Carter. It's got to be. Oh, I get to use this graphic.
Yeah, wide receiver. Yeah, secondary D line, wide receiver. Yes, it's Hunter. Yeah.
Yeah, Travis Hunter, right? That could be, yes.
Yep.
Yes,
I still
that's it.
think it's going to be Abdul Carter.
Yep.
Travis, they do need cornerback. They do need wide receiver.
Yep.
Wants to play
Give me
both
secondary.
positions. It kind of gives you
Yep.
best of both worlds there. So very interesting to see that Jacksonville moved up to number 2.
Wow, if they don't pick Abdul Carter here, that's going to open up a whole new
this helps
way
New
of
England.
thinking.
Yeah.
Because I still think the Giants either trade out or.
Me too. They trade.
We could have a bunch of trades now. The
James,
Giants could
thanks for
trade
joining.
down. I think somebody else is going to jump up there to get him, depending on who wants the player that Jacksonville doesn't take.
Jacksonville must have been nervous about one of the guys not dropping to him at 5. So I don't think Gentry's the pick. To your point, Ron, I think he may have been there at 5. New England wasn't going that route. I don't think the Giants were either. So this is either Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter. And I think Jacksonville felt the importance of getting their player here.
Mm-hmm.
So what was announced for the trade?
They haven't yet. They haven't said. But this is an interesting move because we just said that we expected Abdul Carter to go to 2. Cleveland obviously not worried about pairing him with Myles Garrett. So that is, again, another interesting piece as well, because they're clearly not getting back into the top 5. Abdul Carter will be gone by then. So whatever happened, this had to be, I think, a straight swap. And then obviously Cleveland got a little more on the back end of it. But I think Cleveland probably drops to 5.
Jags will receive a 2nd round overall pick, 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick this year. Browns receive 5th pick overall, 2nd and 4th pick round picks, and 1st round pick 2025.
Yeah, so Cleveland gets another number 1 in 2026. So they pick up a 1st rounder next year from Jacksonville. So again, not bad. Moves down 3 spots. And then Cleveland makes out next year too, 2nd and 4th round picks. So not bad at all. This is a good move for Cleveland. We talked about getting more assets. Again, Deshaun Watson, that mess. They need some help in many ways. So this is going to be interesting to see where Jacksonville goes, because I think it's Travis Hunter. I seem to agree with Kenny here that Travis Hunter will be off the board.
Yeah.
But this is still falling to New England now, still taking Will Campbell.
Yeah.
Because Abdul Carter probably goes to the Giants then. But that still makes an interest. Do they go Shedeur Sanders? So we've got some intrigue already in the 2nd pick already.
Drama.
Which is crazy to think about. So Travis Hunter, the pick is in. Jacksonville Jaguars pick is in. So we will see if it is Travis Hunter. This could change.
Well, it's either got to be Hunter or Carter. I'm leaning Carter on this.
Jaguars are very excited in the draft room. And they're showing Travis Hunter in the background. I don't know. I don't know, but you've got to think that whatever they felt, this was going to be an impact player for them going forward because they moved up 3 spots and gave up a number 1 pick next year. So this player is got to be somebody they feel can make an impact. That's why I seem to side with Travis Hunter, because there's 2 guys, 2 positions there, 2 positions of need for Jacksonville that they could possibly fill with 1 player.
Yeah. Right receiving cornerback.
So let's see.
Yep.
See, got bodyguards. It's like the commissioner's got bodyguards.
Right? I know, right?
All right. Let's see who the pick. What's the pick?
What's the pick?
Well, James didn't see it coming.
Yeah. I don't think a lot of people did. At number 2. At number 2, with Cleveland needing what they needed. But I think, again, grabbing some assets, getting some pieces for next year as well. And now they have 2 number 1s next year, which ultimately, obviously, you can trade to move up and make some bigger moves next year if need be. Better quarterback class next year as well. So that always becomes an interesting
factor. It made sense for Cleveland to trade it because you already have your edge rusher, right? So it made sense.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what Jacksonville did here. This is where it gets interesting already. Second pick.
Yep.
Which is crazy to think about. The pick is in. We're still waiting for the announcement. The assumption would be that this is going to be either Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, which would take one of the top 5 players off the board.
I really don't think they can go wrong with either, to be honest with you.
Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter. So this, again, fills 2 voids. He is very determined to play both sides of the ball. Jacksonville needing a wide receiver, needing a cornerback. Makes sense here to see what they've done now with Jacksonville. Again, Cleveland now picking 5th, which now means the New York Giants are on the clock.
Well, I look at it this way. So far, I'm perfect on where I had people being drafted. Because I did have Cleveland taking Travis Hunter. So he did go number 2.
Right, so Travis Hunter, now a Jacksonville Jaguar. This could be an interesting move. Again, quarterback health. Trevor Lawrence, again, now gets a weapon. I think, gentlemen, we can all agree that we're probably going to see him play more wide receiver to begin with than corner. But again, has the ability to go both ways, offense and defense. So do they utilize him in certain packages defensively? Again, phenomenal numbers in college. 95 receptions, over 1,000 yards. Again, but we said it too, very targeted with Colorado. I think they try to hype up his numbers, make sure he won the Heisman. But again, this could be a very big piece for the Jacksonville Jaguars offense going forward, especially if Trevor Lawrence can seem to figure some things out.
Yeah, now you got to be wondering what Cleveland is going to do, right? Because they just traded down. Now, do they go quarterback?
It wouldn't make sense at 5 now at this point. Like it just doesn't. But that's where I say Gentry might be available. Maybe they want to go running back. Maybe they want to go, a different wide receiver.
I don't buy it running back there.
Did Nick McMillan we talked about.
Else?
What was that?
Did Chubb sign somewhere else?
No. But again, I don't think he's ever going to be the same after the knee injury. You could always question that.
I mean, they still need a quarterback. They still need offensive line. They still need an edge rusher, a running back, and a receiver. They have a lot of issues. Yeah.
Again, here's another team. Again, now the New York Giants, the pick is in, but this is where it gets interesting. Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston in New York. Do they still go quarterback here? Again, they need offensive tackle, offensive guard, cornerback, safety. Again, Abdul Carter out there. Right, they got Malik Neighbors last year from wide receiver. Maybe
they could go and draft Will Campbell.
They could offensive line, right? Yeah. So again, this is going to be very interesting to see.
I'm surprised they didn't trade down, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I really thought there was going to be a trade here at 3, not 2. So we've already seen that. New York Giants are on the clock, by the way. Missed the graphics. So again, I don't know if we see Abdul Carter here, or is this where it gets interesting? Shedeur Sanders at 3, which would completely be mind-boggling since they got Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston.
Yeah,
it makes no sense to go after a quarterback right now.
But do they look at it and say, okay, now it gives us time to let this kid just sit for a year and really learn behind some of them?
Yeah.
But if you're going to draft a quarterback to fit your system,
I don't know. I don't know which way the Giants go. Offensive line makes a lot of sense too, though. But is Will Campbell a number 3 pick? They've already said that he's no Joe Alt. Joe Alt went in the top, number 6 last year?
Well,
he's not as good.
Rated as the number 6 player by CBS.
Yeah, PFF has him as 6 as well. So is it a stretch at 3, though?
I don't think it's a stretch. I don't think it's a stretch, but it's possible that they go with Membo. Membo is 332 pounds, so he's a larger fellow.
All right. This is where again it gets very interesting. Do we see Abdul Carter here, or does he fall? Yep. Abdul Carter.
Abdul Carter.
So again, Giants go defense, looking to bolster that pass rush. This is a position, though, that again I don't think New York truly needed.
No, but he was the best player available.
So maybe they trade one of their defensive players. Maybe Thibodeau is available now for New York. Has been underwhelming. I think only 5 sacks last year. So maybe they look to see if they can move on from him. This now brings up New England, and where New England could possibly be looking at the offensive tackle, which we thought would be where Will Campbell will at number 4.
And the guys drafted are the exact guys that I expected to be drafted at this point.
I don't think to your point, 1, 2, 3 weren't a surprise. It's just the surprise was that Cleveland traded out of the 2nd spot, and Jacksonville picked up the number 2 pick overall. But again, this is a good move for the New York Giants. They need to create some excitement. You think about the mid 80s to late 80s. That's what they were known for, was just, relentless pass rushes, the defense, trying to get back to that.
This fourth pick is interesting because with the Patriots, do they go with Will Campbell, who is the number 6 prospect, or do they go with a guy that's not as tall but has certainly more girth to him in Mimbo from Missouri?
Another interesting pick could be, gentlemen, is that Tataroa McMillan, wide receiver. We've talked about them. The Stephon Diggs not going to be ready week 1 for the Patriots. Do they look offensively that direction and give another weapon to Drake May? I don't know.
Also could, Eric, you could also make an argument for a tight end here.
You could.
Think about what Gronk meant to the team. If you could strike gold with another Gronk.
Tyler Warren, probably considered the best tight end available.
Yeah, that's the one that I like. He's a beast. He's the 30th ranked in CBS. Number 12, though, is Colston Loveland from Michigan.
Yeah.
6'6", 248.
Yeah. Tyler Warren, 6'6", 261.
Right. Those are big boys.
Right. So could be interesting does New England look that route? Again, to your point, the Gronk, but think about where Gronk went in the second. Was it the second round? I'd be interested.
You're not going to get guys like that in the second round.
The issue would be is this. Is Will Campbell a franchise tackle for the next 10 years? Now they're talking he might be a little too small with the arms, moves to guard. I don't think you're going to see the bang for the buck with an offensive player here at the lineman position. I'd rather see them go like an offensive playmaker, one of these guys that can change a game, wide receiver, to your point, or tight end. Oh, Shedeur Sanders, they got just a blank coach. That's what they did. That's so okay.
When do you think you're going to be drafted, Shedeur?
Crazy.
He's not. He's just, they're going to, I don't think Deion's very happy.
So
Deion's
Campbell, I think Campbell will fit the bill. He's going to be a starter for a long time. They need to pick him. Will Campbell.
Again,
that's who I had them taken, but
then you look at it.
Having a tight end would not hurt.
It wouldn't hurt, but you're not going to get a tight end in the first round. So,
you will if you pick them right now. They're good.
Question would be, again, if you get Will Campbell, is he an offensive tackle, a left tackle, or is he a guard?
Yes.
And again,
he'll definitely be a tackle.
You need the left tackle.
Triple threat.
There's questions, though, about his size when it comes to his arms and the length. And is he a top? He's not Joe Alt. Joe Alt was very. There's something wrong with you. But Joe Alt was considered, a top offensive lineman last season. When he got drafted, you're looking at it and saying this guy can be on the offensive line for the next 10 years and dominate. They're not saying this about Will Campbell. To your point, they could go Membo. And again, it's an interesting pick, but again, there's still questions. This was the worst case scenario for New England. This is why Gerard Mayo was fired, because again, they had the opportunity to have the number 1 pick and really get a franchise player. And it feels like they're going to get a guy now. This would have been a great spot for them to move out of, seeing the guys that have actually been drafted and just accumulated some picks going forward.
I mean, it's not out of the possibility that Patriots trade down.
I think it makes the most sense. I really do. I don't feel they're going to get an impact player right now with this 4th pick.
Make the trade with New Orleans.
They may be interested. But again, I think that unless they're worried about Cleveland taking a quarterback, Vegas is not going to take a quarterback now after doing the Geno Smith thing. New York grabbing Justin Fields, and Carolina is probably staying put with Price.
Yeah. So New Orleans
Bryce
doesn't even
Young,
have
sorry.
to do it.
Bryce Young. So yeah, I think New Orleans is saying Shador is probably falling to 9 to them already, if that's the direction they want to go.
It's where I have them picking them.
So New England trading down to 9, I don't think it would happen because I can't see New Orleans making that move, knowing that there's not going to be a market for Shador at this point.
I think if there was a team to move up to grab a quarterback, it would be Pittsburgh.
And that's what I say. That's that interesting team. What happens with Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
But I would not want to move down to where Pittsburgh is drafting.
Where are they?
21st.
Yeah.
Would not be a good. It would not be a good thing for the Patriots.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with you, Kenny, on the Will Campbell thing. I don't think he's a lineman that I feel secure in saying he's going to be around for the next 10 years. I'm not saying that's not who they're drafting. I'm saying is I don't know if he's a number one offensive tackle.
And the pick is in.
So this will not be a sexy pick, I'm pretty sure. So New England fans, I'm sure, I know Josh was on earlier, wanted Hunter. That went out the window early. So let's see who New England drafts.
Go Campbell.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say I'm disappointed, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm. So there was an interview recently with Will Campbell, and one of the things that was said early was that he was not going to move anywhere but to offensive tackle. And then his recent interview, he's like, I'll go wherever they want me, guard, center. So I feel like even he has some questions if he can play tackle in the NFL.
I don't think he questions it.
Neither.
Why the change then from I'm not going to play any other position but tackle to now wherever a team needs me?
Because probably he opened up his mouth and everybody said, close it. Close it.
Or he realizes that he may not be playing offensive tackle in the NFL.
No, I just don't think you say that without repercussions.
Yeah.
So I'm not listening to what a kid says, by somebody doing an interview. It just makes no sense to even say anything what you're going to do.
So where do we think Cleveland goes here, gentlemen? Cleveland on the clock.
Well, they still need an offensive lineman. They still need an edge rusher, a running back, and a wide receiver. This could be Teteroa McMillan.
So you think they go wide receiver?
For Arizona?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No,
I
for
think
Cleveland.
Yeah.
Oh, from Arizona.
Yeah. Arizona. Yeah, he's from Arizona. Yeah.
So, Kenny, your top 5 players still available. Who would we say right now is on the board and is of interest?
For the Browns, I think they go quarterback.
But your top 5 players available, Kenny.
Yeah. But
it would not surprise me them going there.
Ashton Gentry's not going to the Browns.
Okay. But Gentry's one.
Not going to the Browns.
Who do they have in Cleveland as a quarterback?
Will Campbell.
They just signed somebody, didn't they?
No, they are.
No. No.
Deshaun Watson, who obviously will probably not play next season.
Nope.
You're looking at Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett.
They're going to draft Shador.
Yep. This is where he goes.
This is where he's going.
Jerome Ford at running back right now is their starting quarterback, starting running back. Gentry could go here as well.
At running back, I don't see it, but
I think you can
Cleveland
get a
on the
running
clock
back in the second round.
Cleveland on the clock.
yeah, I think so too. But
The pick is in.
I don't have graphics for Cleveland here.
Yeah. Is there another draft that we don't know about, sir?
Well, because, I had them
All
lined
right,
up.
guys, I'll never be able to repay them for what they did for me.
I know you spent a lot of time with Patriots staff and head coach Mike Vrabel. What do you like about the culture that he's building there in New England?
That logo speaks for itself. But, Coach Vrabel is a guy who I want to play for. He's a football guy.
Who's
we
talking?
in trouble. Dad, we in trouble.
I told you. I don't feel comfortable with that pick for New England, but again, I think that was the best available player. They grabbed him, but I don't think they've addressed a situation that they needed.
He's just straight country.
So Cleveland Browns are on the clock. Made the trade with Jacksonville, moved down 3 spots. Again, offensive line needs, quarterback needs, wide receiver, running back, edge rusher. So there's a lot of ways they could go here. I really think they don't go quarterback, Ron, because I think the quarterback class next year is better, and that's why they picked up that first-round pick next year from Jacksonville to be able to trade the 2 to try to move up next year and get a better quarterback in their eyes. But again, I've been mostly wrong tonight anyway, so let's not listen to anything I say.
Well, I got the first 4 players right in the exact order.
Yeah.
But
so the Browns...
So did 90% of the
Browns
country.
take Michigan, Mason Graham.
Wow. Mason Graham.
Hey, that's who I had going to Jacksonville there.
I can't.
Stop lying.
Yes! I'm 5 for 5, baby.
Oh, here we go. Oh, man. I don't see it. He's penciled it in.
So the thing is,
Is that penciled in?
we talked about getting Abdul Carter to pair him with Myles Garrett. This gives them an inside presence now with Garrett outside. So almost to try to give them 2 solid players on the defensive line, not 2 of the same players on the defensive line. This is not a bad move by Cleveland, and they get a pick next year.
Yeah.
And they get a pick next year that I think they partner to get their quarterback going forward. So I can see why they did what they did now. It makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. I listen, Cleveland to me right now, they did some good things. This really benefits them going forward. But where do the Raiders go here? Right now, quarterback Geno Smith. I don't think you see Shador here. Wide receiver would be an interesting one right now.
This is who I have taken Tedoroa McMillan. I have them going there.
Right, makes sense. Or running back here. You could see, right?
It could be Gentry, but I'm going because of I think McMillan is a higher rated player. I think they go with the receiver. Again, I don't think there's like very many top receivers to go after. So I like a receiver going here rather than a running back.
Yeah. Mostert, though, is there. So Raheem Mostert is their running back currently as their starter. Jacoby Myers, Trey Tucker, and Kyle Phillips. 1, 2, 3 in the wide receiver room. So
that's bad.
Either one of the Gentry or, Tedoroa McMillan here would be a good pickup for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, I like a receiver here. With that receiving core, it's not going to go anywhere. You need to get somebody in there that can play, and I think you need the right wide receiver. You need to go big here. You need to go big.
Yeah, Cleveland Brown fans
Like
seem happy about it.
If I look at this, I'm looking at McMillan just because he's 6'4", 219. So he's one of the bigger receivers that are available. And I think I go there. He's gonna help you the most.
I'm going Kelvin Banks Jr. here from Texas.
Yeah, there's a few players here. They're pretty secure at tight end. Brock Bowers, Mike Mayer. So I don't see the tight end coming off the board here. Offensive linemen though too. Ron, we've been talking about him. Memboa could be a possibility here as well to kind of get Geno some protection. The pick is in. Let's see.
Pick is in. Let's see.
It's not taking a full 10 minutes tonight, gentlemen, which is kind of surprising.
Good.
The NFL is kind of moving along here.
All right.
Even the commission is walking out quicker.
Got a little pep in the step.
Probably got a side piece in the backstage.
All right, behave.
And it's Gentry.
Okay.
And it's Gentry.
Think about what Tom's trying to do, right? Get some offensive weapons. Yep. This is an interesting pick. A lot of people have compared this like a Marshall Falk or that type, LaDainian Tomlinson type of player. Again, I think size could be a concern. 5'9", little small. 215.
Yeah, that's what I don't like about it. I don't think. I don't think
5'8.5", 211. Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think it was a good pick.
Nope.
Again, the confidence in the wide receivers versus a running back. Running backs predominantly seem to do better coming out of college, going to pros than a wide receiver. Maybe they feel like this kid can make an impact early.
That opens this up for the Jets, to be honest with you, because the Jets need another wide receiver, and that's gonna open the door for McMillan.
Yeah, I don't know if the Jets go wide receiver though.
No. They either go safety or
personally, I would go with one of those tight ends.
Defensive tackle.
Yeah. Yep. Jets on the clock. Jets are on the clock.
But even though he's small, what was the running back for the Chargers? That was real small. I can't remember his
name. Means.
Sproles?
Yeah. Darren Sproles,
I'm not. Listen, running backs at 5'9". I mean, they get lost in the line. That's always a positive. It could help them.
So small, you can't tackle him.
You got Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard, Tyler Johnson, wide receivers right now. Right now, the number one tight end is Jeremy Ruckett.
Yeah,
okay. I could see tight end here.
I like Tyler Warren for this spot.
Emmitt Smith.
Yeah. How big was Emmitt?
Emmitt didn't have to play for the Jets. Or the not the Jets, the Raiders. Didn't have to play there.
Yeah.
When was the last time the Raiders were good?
Emmitt Smith was, believe it or not, 5'9", 221.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5'9", 215 for Gentry.
Yeah.
So
I only have
again,
one pick wrong so far.
5'8", 211.
You know what I mean? This would be an interesting one. again, I think the kid's got some talent. But again, working around what the Raiders have, you're going to put 9 in a box because they're not going to have wide receivers that scare you. Geno Smith in that passing game. But that takes off the top 3 players in PFF.
So you got Fields there. And to me, I think a tight end makes sense for Fields.
Yeah, I think you're right here, Ron. I think tight end would make a lot of sense for them. Again, need some help on the offensive line, which most teams do. And defensively, defensive tackle, safety, cornerback, but there's nobody that really stands out early here. So I could see them going tight end, honestly, or they go Membo at tackle. So that would be the 2 options. I think I could see the Jets going here. This is a good move for. I mean, think about what Gentry's done though, right? Broke Barry Sanders' rushing record in college. Barry wasn't a big back either.
Yeah,
I mean,
short
right?
guy.
I'm not comparing him to Barry Sanders before people go crazy and be like, "Hey, Barry was 5'8", 203." So again, if you get a Barry Sanders, Emmitt Smith type running back, the Raiders might have, some success for the next 10 years at that position.
Yeah.
Interesting pick. Jets here, tight end, offensive line. Again, Jets 5-12. Big moves, Justin Fields. Again, is this a prove me year for him? Because Pittsburgh,
I mean, they need all 3 positions, right? They need the offensive lineman, they need the tight end, and they need a receiver. And I don't know if there's a wrong answer for them, to be honest with you.
I don't know about receiver. You could probably Garrett Wilson obviously is a legitimate superstar. Alan Lazard is okay. So yes, to pair him with Garrett Wilson with somebody else, yes, but I don't think it's a need. I could see offensive lineman, tight end would be their biggest concerns right now, and then defensively they need some help.
Yeah.
So you could see that becoming where they look is defensively they still need some help. Again,
I mean, if they went defense, it would probably be a safety or a defensive lineman. I don't see that happening here. No matter how I look at it, I just look square at tight end, and I like Warren here. I do. This is where I think Warren should go.
Me too.
Or Loveland. One of those 2 are going to go here.
Me too, from Penn State. Yep, me too.
But you got to look at this too, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Changing of the guards in New York. Aaron Glenn, defensive-minded coach.
Yep.
May want to go defense here with his first pick as a New York Jets coach.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's going to look to go offense to help Fields. Offense was a big problem for this team last year. They couldn't get out of their own way. And I think between penalties, poor quarterback play, no threat of a big man, going through the middle or any of that stuff. I think Tyler Warren, who's the bigger of the 2, I think that's the guy. I think Tyler Warren should be the one drafted from Penn State. I absolutely. The more I think about it, the more I think he should be the guy. He's also the number 12 listed prospect on CBS.
Jahdae Barron, cornerback from Texas, top-ranked cornerback on PFF, and you pair him with Sauce Gardner, that could be an interesting pairing as well. Again, I think Sauce Gardner needs some help. The pick is in. Let's see. Again, if you're joining us live, I mean, please join in the chat. Let us know who you think these teams are picking, because we're always curious to see if you're seeing it the way we're seeing it, or if there's something else out there that maybe could be different.
Mimbu. It was Mimbu. We were right.
So offensive lineman.
Yep.
Armand Menbo.
Yep.
Which again, now to your point, gives Fields a little bit of protection.
Mm-hmm.
So which and we praised their draft last year.
We did.
And they're doing it again this year. They didn't go for the glitz.
Yeah, no, it's a great point.
So I got to commend them. They went offensive line. I'm sure the Jets fans are just appalled.
Carolina Panthers are on the clock. About 2 minutes left till they pick. They need edge, defensive tackle, wide receiver, center, possibly quarterback. They could be the one dark horse in this, and maybe go Sanders and kind of steal them away from New Orleans.
Well, now you have two guys in McMillan and Warren that I thought were going to go 6 and 7. That is also available. I think they're going to go defense.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of defensive players come off the board yet. But then I would look at right now, wide receiver, Adam Thielen, Xavier Legette, who they picked up last year in the draft in the first round. Offensive line, obviously a concern, and you'd want to try to protect Bryce Young. That may be another situation there where, again, do we see them go offensive linemen, seeing the fact that you're starting to dive deeper and deeper into this hole of, Josh Simmons is the next offensive tackle I have rated from Ohio State, 6'5", 310. Do they look at possibly going that route and getting themselves
I have
an offensive
Kelvin
line?
Banks as the better offensive tackle.
So they may go offensive tackle here. Bryce Young needing some protection. Wide receiver, be interesting to see. Thielen getting up there in age. Do they look to get a playmaker at that position?
Yeah, I mean, this is wide open for them. Like, you could go McMillan here. I mean, he is starting to drop now. There's value there. I mean, getting McMillan. They need a wide receiver. But again, they need so many things. They need somebody coming off the edge. And you could go Mike Green here from Marshall.
Yeah.
Or even James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee.
Yeah. Donovan Azukari. I probably
right? Azuka.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Edge rusher. They need edge rushing as well. Could see that as a possibility. I see what their tight end situation could be. I mean, Tommy Tremble right now is their number one. They may go tight end here as well. This is an interesting pick for the Carolina Panthers because, honestly, this is a franchise 5-12. They've definitely not been able to figure out the quarterback situation. Bryce Young now they're assuming will be the number one starter. This has to be a season where, again,
it also could be a safety spot because there's not a lot of top end safeties available. I've only got really 4 guys on my list that possibly could even go in this first round.
Yeah. They did pick up Trayvon Mayrig, safety, and defensive tackle Tershawn Wharton in free agency. So they may lean a little more towards the offensive side of the ball just based on what they did free agency wise. I agree, though, Ron, too. Defense, we think, could be a key here
Will
for
Johnson,
Carolina.
cornerback. I mean, he might be my favorite of all of them. He's got the height, and he's one of the tallest of all of the cornerbacks out there right now that are available. And if you're going to capitalize on defense, this is the one that you should probably do right now. Will Johnson from Michigan, 6'2", 194. He certainly has the length, and you need a big guy back there, and he's about as tall as you're going to get. So I think I'd be all over that. But because McMillan and Warren are still out there, that's always a possibility. So I would either say Will Johnson here or McMillan if they go receiver.
Yeah, Will Johnson would be a good pick
depending
here.
on
But
offense
again,
and defense.
I think they go offense. I like the tight end position here. I really do. I think one of those two guys, to your point, 6'6". You don't get too many tight ends that are 6'6", 2 change. You're going to pass up on a Tyler Warren. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
261, 6'6", big target. Bryce Young they're looking to give him some weapons.
Yeah.
Leggett maybe has a better second season, his sophomore season. Adam Thielen gives you a little bit. Now you've got a little bit of a piece to build around for Bryce Young, because he's definitely got to be the focal point.
You got to give this kid some help.
Exactly. If you're going to try to make him your franchise quarterback at this point, get him some bodies that might actually help benefit him. I'd like to see Tyler Warren here again, but
I would too. I think that. Look, if you want to help a young quarterback, you go offensive line, tight end.
Yeah, security blanket, right?
Yeah.
Tight end, security blanket.
Yep.
And that's a big target. That's not a little guy. 6'6", 261. That's a target.
Yeah.
Either him or
Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I like Ty Warren here. Just dropping that one spot for me.
McMillan.
Oh, McMillan.
Arizona.
Okay.
Yep.
So they may not have confidence in Adam Thielen, right? And Leggett, who they picked last year. That makes it interesting because, again, I think this is a good pick, but a stretch.
They took the best player available, at least according to me.
Yeah.
But probably not their biggest need.
Probably not.
Probably not their biggest need. So,
all right, now I got to figure out how to spell this guy's name.
New Orleans on the clock.
Yep.
So this Shedeur Sanders, Kenny, is this where we think Shedeur Sanders goes?
That's where I have.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Do you think the Theon factor hurt him in this draft?
No, not at all. No, not at all. Not at all. Even though what they need is a cornerback, edge, and a running back. But if you're gonna in the first round, you got to pick.
Yeah, the pick is in.
Well, they might need a quarterback too. Don't forget, David Carr might be on the shelf.
Yeah, on the shelf. Yeah. So you either got to go quarterback here, or you go running back.
Yeah, Derek Carr. David was his brother. Derek Carr. Right. They got Kamara. They got Olave, Brandon Cooks. So they've got some good offensive talent. Again, tight end could be interesting here as well. Offensive talent, but quarterback, right? Spencer Rattler's the number 2.
Or Dart. It's going to be one of those two, but I think they're going to go Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
It just makes sense. It's got a dome. He's going to be comfortable in a dome. I just think it just makes sense.
Yeah. And if it doesn't make sense, they go with Mikael Williams.
Who? Who are they going to draft?
Mikael Williams.
Oh, Michael
Williams. Williams.
From Georgia.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
That's what he just said.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Hey, you can never go wrong with Michael.
Yeah. Who? Yeah. That's not funny. That's not funny. That's not funny. That's not funny at all. Yo. That's not funny. That's not funny at all. Right?
Defense too could be a situation here for New Orleans. Need an edge rusher, need a cornerback, need a defensive tackle. There's still some really good players on the board.
Well, there's a lot of great players, but we need to know if they need a quarterback or not. If they don't need a quarterback, then you go elsewhere, right? You don't draft Sanders or Dart here.
Right.
But if they think that Carr is not going to be there for them, they have to draft a quarterback.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think we know Shador's not going 10, 11. That starts to get interesting there. So if Shador doesn't go here, gentlemen, we may be seeing 21 with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Although you may just not draft him here, and maybe either Sanders or Dart falls to the second round.
I could see Dart in the second round, one of the high picks, then moving up. I could see it. Again, this is not a very good quarterback class. And I know you're giving me a look, Penny, but
if they don't go Sanders, they go Will Johnson here. The higher rated, taller cornerback. They need a cornerback. They need somebody that can be a shutdown corner. They need that. Especially in that division.
Zaruka,
when it can be
Zaruka Crew from Boston College could be a possibility here too at edge. You're right. Cornerback is definitely a possibility. Ron, it's just amazing to me some of the players that are still available right now, and I still think tight end's got to be in play here. The pick is in. Let's see which direction the New Orleans Saints have gone. It's crazy to think about where this franchise was, what happened to them, and how quick they fell apart. So 5-12 last year, obviously trying to rebuild quickly. They've made a lot of changes.
Kelvin Banks Jr.
Kelvin Banks?
Defensive tackle. Kelvin Banks Jr. I had him at number 6.
Okay, well, they went tackle as well. So to your point,
defensive tackle.
They probably think that Carr is going to be available for them.
He's going to be there. Or either that, they're going to have a quarterback available to get. And maybe they have something up their sleeve to move up in the first round again.
Because we obviously, Chicago Bears on the clock. We obviously know that they're definitely not going quarterback. So it's interesting to see. Chicago needs offensive line, guard, center, tackle.
If you're just joining us, we have the ticker down there, so you know who's gone where. And it's all up to date.
I will say this the best available offensive lineman left, gentlemen, is
looking at my list, offensive lineman. If you go a tackle, I would probably say Josh Simmons
Ohio State,
Josh Carnley.
6'5", 310, Josh Simmons. This has to be an offensive lineman. There's no doubt in my mind.
But they could. I mean, it would be a reach for this guy who's rated number 44, Ariante Ursary from Minnesota, 6'6", 330. He's a big boy. If you go interior lineman, there's Tyler Bookers from Alabama, and there's Gray Zabel, who I love that name. Gray Zabel.
I know we start to look at trends. 2 out of the last 3 picks have been offensive tackle.
Yeah.
If the Bears want an offensive tackle, to me, it's starting to get a little light. This should be a tackle position because it's getting watered down
I
quickly.
think you got to go Simmons here because he's number 16 in the ratings, and you're not going to get any better of an offensive tackle, from this point. He's the best available guy, and he's still pretty highly rated.
Who the heck? What the heck are these people?
Or Rutledge does the NFL, the ESPN. I think they both do.
Oh, all right.
They also need a defensive line help, a running back. I don't go running back at all now in this round because I don't think there's a good enough player for where you are in the draft right now. A safety, a tight end, again. A tight end would not be bad here if you don't want to go offensive line.
But you're needing 3 offensive line positions.
Yeah, true.
Right. So
I think you have to go up. Yeah. And then you have to look at, yes, they need some playmakers around, but you can't see them, Caleb Williams, DeAndre Swift, I think they're pretty good at running back. DJ Moore, and Dudze, who they drafted last year at wide receiver. They got Cole Kmet at tight end. So again, I think that's another solid pickup. Joe Thuney, they've actually picked up as well for guard. So I could see them going tackle here, Ron. I think that makes the most sense. To your point.
Yeah, you gotta go Simmons. I mean, he's going to be the best player available for an offensive lineman, and this is where you need it because they're going fast. I mean, we've already had 3 of them drafted. I figured at least 6 were going in this first round.
And again, it's getting.
I think the Bears go tight end.
Cole Kmet, though, tight end is a very good tight end.
Tyler Warren.
Yeah, I don't think they're going.
It doesn't make sense. Tight end. I could see this being to your point. Josh Simmons makes a lot of sense. It's not to protect Caleb Williams. That kid got sacked more times than I think any other quarterback in the league last year. So this.
Yep. Uncle McMichaels.
Picking.
You think about those great Bears defense, that 85 defense, right? McMichael, what a big piece of that.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Mongo McMichaels.
It's about to shut off. Can't see it anyway. It doesn't matter.
All right, let's see who the Bears pick. We seem to think 50th anniversary of Walter Payton selection. Oh, wow.
Wow. 50 years, huh?
Yes, R.I.P. Steve McMichaels. Yes, thank you. Yep, Elias. Yep. I think is that Elias? Right, Elias M. I don't know. That's how I'm reading it. Elias on the chat.
Loveland, tight end. Loveland, tight end. Yep.
Not a good pick. This is a bad pick.
With that, no, not a good pick at all. Not a good pick at all. You think about that Bears teams and that division. He's a small kid. Oh man, not a good pick. I agree with you, Eric. Not a good pick. Not a good pick. Nope.
Now, this doesn't make any sense to me because, again, we've talked about the struggles that Caleb Williams had. You really thought they were going to go.
Caleb Williams.
Quarterback.
Oh.
he struggled, needed some help.
Yeah.
Offensive line would have made
Yeah.
more sense there.
6'5".
49ers are on the
6'5",
clock,
240,
and the pick is in.
240, yeah.
49ers on the clock.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I think that's disappointing if you're
A Bears
a
fan.
Chicago fan, because you needed
Yeah,
to
Bears
protect
fan,
his blind side, to be
Yeah.
honest with you. I just think having him,
Yeah.
you know, being there on that tackle position
Yeah.
would have been much better.
Yeah. 49ers on the clock.
Yeah.
Very interesting, right?
Oh,
Got a
they've
lot of
got
questions
some
here.
gifts here.
A lot of questions.
A lot of questions.
Brock Purdy, is he the future? They still haven't done this the contract yet. Christian McCaffrey, his health is always a key. Ayuk, his health. Picked up Ricky Pearsall last year.
Yeah.
Obviously solid at tight end with George Kittle, so we don't see a tight end going here. This has got to be defense, right?
Yeah, I see the Mike Green.
Yeah.
Or
Cornerback,
what's the other
yeah,
dude?
too.
Walter Nolan
From
Missouri. I mean Mississippi, rather. Sorry. But I like Mike Green in this spot right here.
Yeah, it's got to be on the defensive side of the ball. I can't see him going any other way. Jalen Walker, too, the linebacker from Georgia, probably the top-ranked linebacker.
He might
Still
be
available.
He might be the top guy remaining.
You know.
Mason Graham is gone.
Yeah. Will Johnson, right? Will Johnson's still available.
Yeah, I still like edge rusher on this.
Yeah, they're definitely going defense here. Lost some pieces. Nick Bosa obviously needing some help. Not a lot on the defensive side. Fred Warner. So linebacker, they're pretty good. But
Yeah.
you definitely think they've got to go defense here. They've got to look for some kind of help on that side of the ball. I think
Some kind of help.
they did sign Mac Jones. So that man seems to be making his rounds through the NFL now. But Mac Jones is on the 49ers too. So, and they picked up tight end Luke Farrell. So again, this team, not a lot of money. They can't really spend. They've got to figure out the Brock Purdy thing. But defensively, it looks like this would be a perfect spot for a defensive player, either corner, defensive tackle, edge rusher, linebacker. I could see them going one of those routes.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum commercial.
And if it's a linebacker,
There was a Jason Tatum commercial. I think he hurt his wrist. He may be out for games 3 and 4 now.
Yeah, he was out.
After the commercial, he might be out.
No, he was out. He was out. He was
no,
out
I know
yesterday.
that, but now he might have hurt his
He
wrist
still
on the
won.
commercial, so he might be out for games 3.
Oh my! Say that. Don't say that. Well, it's a land. It's a land.
What do you?
I think you're right, Eric. And if we're going for offensive line, I got Gary Zabel from
Gray, not
North
Gary.
Dakota State.
It's Gray Zabel.
Gray. Can't be Gray. Yes, thank you. I can't read my own writing. Right, Gray Zabel.
But I still like Mike Green here. I think they're going to go edge. And
he's
he's the second,
Go ahead.
my number 2 available player. And my number 1 available player is Walker, the linebacker.
How big of a pick is this right now for the San Francisco 49ers in this organization? 6-11 last year, right?
Huge.
We thought that we talked about this team possibly being a Super Bowl contender, and they are falling apart quickly.
Yeah.
Well, literally, because they're all hurt.
Yeah.
And then the Brock Purdy situation, though, what happens here with Brock Purdy? Is are they going to sign him? Can they figure this out
They
prior
haven't
to?
handled their quarterbacks
did,
very well
they
in
did.
like the last decade.
Oh, we got a Shador Sanders sighting.
Yeah, because he's getting nervous.
Uh,
How far will he fall?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're looking at it now, I don't. Yeah, he's probably 21 is the next biggest. He is pretty much almost a lock at 21 now with Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to think about.
So my top 5 guys remaining are all on the defensive side of the ball. So I got Walker, linebacker, Green, edge, Campbell, linebacker, Will Johnson, cornerback, and Malachi Starks, safety. Those are my top 5 guys that remain. And you gotta think that they're either going defensive line or edge.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, Mike Green just makes complete sense here. Complete sense.
Yeah, it's got to be a defensive player. They can't. They've got enough players on offense right now, especially if McCaffrey can come back healthy. Ayuk, George Kittle, like they're okay there. Debo's gone. Yes,
I know.
You think the Patriots' offensive tackle decision was good? Now I did not agree with it. Is it Elias? I hope I'm saying that correctly. I did not feel like that was the best pick for the New England Patriots, but again,
is that Elias?
The pick is in. San Francisco 49ers. But again, I think where they picked Elias, you really couldn't go any other way but Will Campbell. So I think that's why New England got the guy that was the best pick for him. All right, there's
Michael Williams.
Michael Williams
from Georgia, 6'5", 260, coming off that edge.
Yeah.
With Bosa on the other end.
So it wasn't edge, but it was just a bigger edge.
Dallas Cowboys on the clock. Yeah.
Where's Danny?
Here's where it becomes interesting. Georgia.
Right.
Very, very smart pick for the 49ers. Again, another need. So I think now you took Bosa. It helps Bosa. It kind of gives them a little bit of a leeway there. We get into the Dallas Cowboys, gentlemen. 7-10 last year. Running back needs, offensive guard, defensive tackle, cornerback, linebacker. So they've got some things. Their best free agent boys are going to trade back. They could, James, but the pick is in, so I highly doubt that.
It's going to be Golden.
Yep.
Pick is in. It could be Golden, right? They go wide receiver, but I could see them go linebacker here too, Ron. And we talked about Jalen Walker. That could be a possibility there as well, or cornerback as well. We still have.
Yeah, I mean, considering the positions that they need, there are still highly rated players in those positions available. Like you said, my best remaining talent is Walker for linebacker, and they do need a linebacker. And you can also go Will Johnson at cornerback here, but I still think I still think they're going to go offense, and I think they're going to go with Golden, who is a burner. I think he was the second fastest in the combine.
Running back Omar Hampton.
All right. Let's see what Jerry Jones does here with the 12th pick.
Tyler Booker, offensive guard. Dang it, that's my second pick. Dang it.
Makes sense. They got to rebuild that line.
Yep.
A lot of change.
Offensive guard.
Biggest key here too, right? You got to keep Dak upright and healthy.
Yep.
Not a bad pick by the Dallas Cowboys here. A definite need.
It's actually a surprise, to be honest with you.
Yeah. But again, I think Jerry finally understanding lineman is a big need. You're correct, James. This was probably one of the better picks by the Dallas Cowboys in quite some time, because you can see, them actually doing something that is going to benefit them from an offensive side that isn't just a flashy guy. So not bad at all.
No, it was a good pick because, they had a problem up the middle. And, that is going to be a big body that is going to be able to stop that penetration in the middle of that line and stopping things before they even get going. And when you have to constantly, get out of the pocket, that's not a recipe for success.
No, and think about this. Dallas Cowboys want to establish the run. You need solid offensive linemen to be able to do that. This gives them that. Again, Alabama plays some quality talent in the SEC. So again, he was facing pro players, pro prospects at the college level. Yeah. So going into Dallas, he should be able to jump right in. Miami Dolphins on the clock now. But really like that Dallas pick. I think that was probably one of the better picks.
I think it was tonight. It was something that you're not really expecting out of Jerry Jones' team, right? There was a lot of hype with another receiver. That's all you heard coming out of their receivers, and they surprised. Yeah. They surprised a lot of people, and they went with somebody that is going to put some little stability to that offensive line right in the middle. So he'll be a guard. I don't know if he'll be, on the left or the right, but he'll definitely probably play in both positions. And they're going to see where he fits in and where the weaknesses are, and hopefully he can fill that position. That's the hopes, right?
Yeah. That's why you draft them. I will say this: we are looking at the Miami Dolphins now, who went 8-9 last year. A couple of needs defensively, offensive guard as well. Questions here though: Tua, health, Tyreek Hill, off the field situations. This could be an interesting situation for the Miami Dolphins, because I think they go defense here, Elias, but I think this team is in such a transition right now that it's going to be interesting to see how they really want to approach this, because even from a quarterback standpoint, the health of Tua is always going to be a question. They pick up Zach Wilson as the backup. I don't know. Listen, very good with Jalen Waddle. Jonnu Smith played much better in Miami than he did in New England. But offensively, on the line, could be a concern for them. Running back could be a concern for them as well.
Look, this team absolutely has to draft an offensive lineman. They need to protect Tua. It would be irresponsible for this team not to do that. And look, you got to get an offensive lineman. You got to go after Josh Simmons here from Ohio State. I mean, if you don't, you're setting yourself up for another injury.
Yeah. Who's the best running back available as well now?
Yeah.
Is it even worth a first-round pick?
I don't think it's worth a first-round pick, but you could go with Hampton from North Carolina, 6 foot 220.
Yep. Well, more on Hampton. Yep.
Yeah, and there's Travion Henderson from Ohio State, but he's 5'10" and 202.
To his health is super unreliable. Yeah, and again, I think that's what the question's with Miami.
Yeah,
and listen, Miami very slowly has fallen in this AFC East, where they may be the worst team. Honestly, if Justin Fields is able to perform at a level, question marks with health with Miami. Defensively, again, they've got some pieces that they need. Running backs a little weak. Tyreek Hill and this off the field stuff, he may be suspended and out for multiple games for the Dolphins. So again, do they look wide receiver? As crazy as it sounds, they may look wide receiver here, gentlemen, just based on the fact that Tyreek Hill will not be available to them, or they expect him not to be available.
Yeah, I don't know.
As crazy as it sounds, this team is one of those teams that I feel makes bad decisions based off of they're just trying to appease the fans.
Yeah, they're one injury away from being done for the season, right? And that is Tua. And everything circles around this quarterback. You have nothing as a backup plan. Literally nothing. You got to protect
Zach Wilson. No, we're not in love with Zach Wilson here, gentlemen.
Is that who they seriously get as their backup?
Yes. Yeah. So a lot of questions there. A lot of questions in Miami. Obviously, they are just trying to figure out. Davon Akane is their running back. So again, running back they need. Again, wide receiver could be a question, even though it sounds good on paper with Waddle and Hill. Yeah, I could see them. Listen, Tua's probably Tua's biggest injury issue anyway. He's not a guy to, fall down and just take a sack. He tries to do too much, and that's when he gets hurt a lot of times. So even getting an offensive lineman, does that really help him? But again, we shall see. We shall see. Elias, is there a pick out there that you think the Dolphins are going to take? Kid from Boston College is still out there. Donovan Ruka. Eric, I don't see a wide receiver. Okay. All right. And you're probably right, but I'm just saying that Tyreek Hill thing really would scare me if I'm Miami.
Yeah. And in that case,
Kenneth Grant.
Tyler Warren.
You want to go with somebody speedy.
Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle from Michigan.
Michigan.
Good pick. They need it. They needed to bolster that position.
Yeah.
And his name's Kenneth. I was thinking my guy from Penn State. Yeah. Did not go yet. That tight end's still out there. Indianapolis Colts are up, and they need a tight end. I truly think this is where you start to see the tight end start to go. And the pick is in. So I think this one's going to be a pretty obvious. Kenneth Grant from Michigan to Miami. Listen, defensive line is a big piece for success. We saw it with the Philadelphia Eagles, and you're going to start to see teams copycat it. And you need to get pressure up the middle. And if you can rush 4 linemen, You can beat just about anybody, and that was proven in the Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Exactly.
So
and a copycat league.
Yeah, so great move by Miami, not going for flash, going for necessity, and getting a guy that possibly could help them, right up front. Colts here, interesting. Interior offensive lineman, tight end, cornerback, linebacker, safety needs. Tight end makes a lot of sense here.
They're going tight end here. They have to. They haven't had a good tight end in forever.
Yeah, Tyler Warren here makes a lot of sense.
It has to be, right? If it's not Warren, it has to be, a tight end. So, but Tyler Warren is clearly the best tight end available.
Yeah, right. A lot of question here with the quarterback position. Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones will compete. They already said that for the starting position. Jonathan Taylor at running back, Michael Pittman Jr., not Pippin. Michael Pittman Jr., again, very good. Alec Pierce, a good wide receiver. Tight end is an opportunity. Drew Ogletree right now is their number one tight end. I love this pick to be Tyler Warren because I think this makes the most sense.
There's no way it's not.
First 14 picks on the offense, the longest streak in common draft era.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It has to be Warren. Picks. If not, Sherman Stewart still out there. He's edge from Texas A&M, but let's see.
Colts, again, another one of those teams, 8 and 9, almost made the playoffs. Have the talent. There's talent
Tyler
there.
Warren.
We've seen it.
There it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tyler Warren.
It's a good pick. I like it. I think that was
what they needed.
Hey, look at Grandpa. Look at Grandpa sleeping. He's like, wake me up when this is.
Yeah, he's out. That's so funny. Oh man. Nobody's gonna wake the poor guy up. Like, dude, you're on TV right now.
I didn't even think that Warren would be there for them. And that is absolutely amazing that he dropped there.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, right.
So this is a position now. A great pick by the Colts. Like the pick. I think this is a steal. Falcons here, very interesting, gentlemen, because again, we saw what happened now with the quarterback situation. Michael Penix Jr. last year, we all thought that was such a bad pick. Actually played pretty well. Kirk Cousins now backing him up. A lot of talent offensively. Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Kyle Pitts. They picked Darnell Mooney, right? So they've got some offensive talent. Colts took their pick, yes. So again, I don't know.
They need edge and line help.
But yes, again, some of those free agent pickups last year didn't work for them. They picked up some guys on the defensive side of the ball that just didn't do what they needed them to do.
Yeah.
I could see them going defense. It makes a lot of sense here to go defense for them.
Yeah, I definitely. If I was going to take a guess at what they're going to do, they're going to go edge. And to me, Mike Green fits that bill. I mean, you could go somebody a little bigger, taller wise, maybe get those arms up to block some passes as well. So you could see Pierce. I mean, I think they're going to lean towards Pierce, to be honest with you. But it would not surprise me of it being Mike Green.
You got the kid from Boston College, too, for defensive edge.
Donovan Ezeruaku.
Yeah.
I'm liking Jalen Walker from Georgia. That edge, he's pretty good. He's a junior. So let's see.
Yeah, James Pierce Jr. Yeah, so there's some guys out there. I think this is a pretty obvious defensive pick for them. Offensively, they just have a good amount of talent. They're pretty well set at the quarterback position. Again, Shador Sanders not picked. The next possible spot is probably 21. So a lot happening with that. Think about these Falcons, though, too. 8 and 9 in a division that honestly is still a little bit questionable, right? Tampa Bay, New Orleans, Carolina. Like, one good move here by the Falcons, and Penix Jr. plays well this upcoming season. They could very well win this division. They still got a piece too in Kirk Cousins that they could trade for something if they really need to. I think you got to start to build this defense and get yourselves back on a pace where both sides of the ball are going to be a factor and not just all geared towards the offense, which is what they seem to have done for the last few years.
You got to wonder if Pittsburgh makes a deal for Kirk Cousins. You being beamed aboard a spaceship or something?
Yeah, I don't know, but we had a little quick power surge there. Will Johnson available, cornerback. Again, that would be a good possibility as well.
Yeah.
So, again, Atlanta, this pick is very important because I think they're on the cusp of the playoffs, but really have to start to make a stronger push on the other side of the ball.
Yeah, I think if they get somebody coming off that edge, I think that would do wonders for their hopes of winning that division next year.
Yeah. Well, think about this, gentlemen.
When you think about the quarterbacks that they're going to have in that division, somebody that puts some pressure on is going to make, big plays in a division that can be had. I mean, the best quarterback in that division is who? Baker?
Probably at this point, yeah.
You put pressure on Baker, what happens?
Well, actually, no, right? Yeah, Tampa, yeah.
So I think getting somebody coming off that edge would be massive in that division.
Yeah. And I was going to say, like, if you look at the last few drafts, Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan Robinson, Michael Penix Jr., all number one picks, all on the offensive side. Like, you've got to start to look at that other side of the ball and say, we need to get some playmakers and some guys we can build around.
Yeah, it just makes sense.
So the Falcons are on the clock. Bless you. Bless you. Jalen Walker, Will Johnson look like really good.
That's funny.
So that would look like the best options for the Falcons.
Walker, linebacker, Green, edge, Campbell, linebacker, Will Johnson, cornerback, and Malachi Starks are my top 5 available. Still.
Yeah,
There's also, of course, James Pierce.
Yeah.
Who is my 6th available.
Yeah, the pick is in. Let's see who.
It's got to be edge.
Falcons go with.
It's not edge. They should be ostracized.
Notable quarterback slides. Yeah. Well,
I don't think this is a slide yet for the quarterbacks.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expected Shador Sanders to go very high. I mean, there were so many questions.
He's going to Pittsburgh. I mean, come on. I mean, really.
It just makes the most sense. But again, the Falcons here.
And let me tell you, if Pittsburgh doesn't take him, they got to something else brewing
with
for
Aaron Rodgers. Yeah.
quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you're even going after Aaron Rodgers, I think you need to draft a quarterback.
Yeah, I agree. What Mason Rudolph, I think, is the quarterback. Like, yeah, you're gonna need some options here, but it makes a lot of sense here for Atlanta defensively. Are you going to do a watch party for tomorrow? Elias, our show will be on tomorrow. We normally do our regular program, Sports Unfolded at 6 p.m. So if you want to join us for that, we will definitely be talking about the draft, as well as many other topics from the NBA to Major League Baseball to the NHL. So you could definitely join us for that at 6 p.m. tomorrow. I'd love to have you.
I love when they say the pick is in and it takes 10 years.
Well, I didn't realize that's the symbol for the Atlanta now. That girl was just like, she just went. So that's the Atlanta symbol, gentlemen, if you guys ever want.
So, yes, we're talking about this.
And down. Hey, Javon Walker.
Atlanta.
Gentlemen, I may lose you guys at some point. That was just another surge. All right, there we go.
Javon Walker.
Good pick. Good pick.
No. Is it Jalen?
Jalen.
Yeah, Jalen Walker.
Get this. I was skeptical I was going to be able to keep up with the
linebacker
with the ticker, sir. And it's all updated.
All right, Arizona Condos are on the clock. Edge rusher here, Ron. Another one, defensive tackle. Wide
There's
receiver.
A lot of these teams need that, and they haven't been pulling the trigger on it. So it makes you wonder about those guys that are highly rated.
Hey, there your boy. There your boy, Eric. Off the blank.
Hey.
Maybe there's just an abundance of those edge rushers now that they can take them later.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting here with Arizona as well, because last year Marvin Harrison Jr. Didn't live up to the high. I mean, not bad, but didn't live up to what we thought. Still need help on the offensive line, but defensively as well. This could be an interesting position. Zavon Collins they've picked up. Josh Sweat. They've got some guys to work with, but I could see them here too with Arizona going edge, going defensive tackle, and trying to get some more playmakers on that side of the ball.
Mm-hmm. They could go offensive line.
Yeah. Josh Sweat, big pickup. Dalvin Tomlinson, defensive tackle. And then they also picked up Jacoby Brissett, gentlemen, as a backup out there in Arizona. I have to mention all former New England Patriot quarterbacks when I do that. So
there's a lot of them all over the place.
We've had a Mac Jones to the 49ers and Jacoby Brissett to Arizona so far. So
you could see a receiver here.
You could, but Marvin Harrison Jr., I think they really need to see his sophomore season and what he's able to do, because he could be an impact player. It's just.
We've had one receiver go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this should be Omeka Igbuka? Omeka Egbuka?
I think you said it worse than me. You said it worse than me.
Omeka Egbuka.
All right. Thank you. From
Ohio State. 6'1", 202.
Matthew Golden is still out there too from Texas.
Yeah, but Matthew Golden is on the small side, 5'11".
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's why the receivers really aren't going, because there's not a lot of upper talented tall receivers. And I know that sounds kind of stupid, but you need that height advantage. And they're just not available right now. I mean, there's one kid, Jaden Higgins, who's 6'4", That's the guy you want, but I don't think you want him here in this part of the draft.
Right.
I mean, I think that's a second rounder. But, I mean, there's Luther Burden from Missouri, 6 foot 205. I mean, I don't see it. I just don't see that they're gonna do that.
Could look at Gray Zabel, a tackle. He could be a possibility here as well, to your point, going for offensive lineman. Josh Carnley Jr. From Oregon, another possibility, 6'4", 315.
Simmons is still here. Simmons is
still around too. So again, some really good talent on the offensive tackle side. Makes sense. Kyler Murray, right? Let's get him some help as well on that line. And try to build that thing up.
Looking at the receivers, I would rather go the offensive tackle at this point because you're getting a bargain. Because Josh Simmons should have gone already.
Yeah, that is correct. Kenny, the insider, getting some information right now. What you got going on there, Kenny? You know something? You getting picks? You getting some picks in there?
Come on, the picks in.
You think that's a thing? They all have to wear like red ties? Oh no, there's a guy with a blue tie. All right, looked like they were all trying to wear red ties for a second. 16th pick. We're halfway through, gentlemen. Halfway through.
Is it just first round today?
Yes.
Thank God.
Yeah. What am I going to do with you, gentlemen? What am I going to do with you? I thought they were going to ride the bikes out the every time. That would have been actually good move by Vidal.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of that. Just
ride the bikes.
Just get out there.
Walter Nolan.
Walter Nolan, defensive tackle.
What?
Walter Nolan, defensive tackle from
there we
Ole
go.
Miss.
Nolan.
Ole Miss.
No, yeah. For some reason, I didn't put him on my. He was actually my number 4 guy. Josh Simmons is now my number 4 guy.
So
Walter
again,
Nolan.
another need. They picked up Josh Sweat from Philadelphia. Now you get a Walter Nolan on that defensive line. Very good move for Arizona. Again, when we talk about a copycat league, you're starting to see let's get ourselves some defensive players to make this thing, maybe a little more interesting on that side of the ball. Cincinnati Bengals, our first team with a winning record that's on the clock at 17. This is a team, gentlemen, that re-signs T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. Still some questions defensively on what they're going to do because, again, there's contract disputes still going on. So, again, tight end here, offensive line. Joe Burrow still needs some help.
Yeah, they need edge. They need safety. They need linebacker.
Right? Do they go tight end here? I mean, Mike Gesicki right now is their number 1. You could see tight end. You could see tackle. There's still some really good talent. Is this where Simmons goes? This would make sense for Simmons because, again, you're talking about again, another player that's played in a good conference with some against good talent. I like Simmons here. I think you've got to really start to look at this offensive line and how you're going to build this up. If you're so committed to T. Higgins and Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, you need offensive linemen to be able to throw the ball because you need to be able to give him some time.
Well, he's now number 3 on my rankings. So it would make sense. But also getting Jihad Campbell at linebacker also makes sense. Campbell was rated number 13. And he's still available.
Yeah. So again, I think you've got to get some offensive tackles, though. You've got to get somebody on this.
Yeah,
line.
you do. You do. And you got to keep Joe Burrow upright.
Right. They vested a lot of money now. T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. You need to make sure that offensively, you still got Hendrickson, who you might not even sign based on the amount of money So this is where I'm saying, if you don't go offensive lineman here, kind of defeats the purpose of re-signing those wide receivers.
Absolutely.
Can't throw the ball.
Yeah. I mean, they have a lot of holes. I mean, there's a lot of chatter going on with the players wanting out, which is very odd when you have that kind of a quarterback.
Oh, the problem too is the slow starts for the Bengals. How do they lost to New England? How do you know what I mean?
Right. If they would have won that game, which they
would have been in the
have,
postseason.
They would have
been
made
in the playoffs. So again, it's interesting to see. Kenny, any thoughts on the Bengals? I think we might have lost Kenny here.
Are you falling asleep? I can barely see you. It's so dark.
What are you talking about?
Turn on a light.
I got 2 lights. You know what? You know
Kenny?
what, Ron?
At least smile so we can see you.
Oh, wow. I'm going to have to expose you, Ron. I'm going to expose you. I have to expose you, Ron. Expose you, Ron.
It's so dark there.
The pick is in.
Pick is in.
Tight end wise, is there anybody tight end wise that is still?
For tight ends, my highest one is 54. So I would probably say no.
Off tackle, defensive line, wide receiver. I think this is where Matthew Golden goes.
I'd be shocked if they go wide receiver here.
No?
After re-signing T. Higgins and Chase?
Look at offensive tackle, defensive line, wide receiver.
Yeah, I can't see them going wide receiver here, Kenny. I'm not.
Something's gonna. So he's not going to Tampa Bay. He's not going to Green Bay Packers. He's not going to Minnesota Vikings. He's not going to Houston. This is.
Yeah, next rated tight end's Elijah Arroyo for me from Miami. I don't see that. I think they go Simmons here. Simmons makes a lot of sense here. He dropped pretty quick. Simmons? Unless there's some questions about his character that might have dropped him down, which I'm unaware of. Yeah, Simmons from Ohio State.
Yeah, that's who I like there.
Yep. So he's coming off an ACL tear in 2024, so that may be a reason he's dropped. So again, though, when you're talking about the Bengals and having to rebuild some of that line, they've invested a lot of money in these wide receivers. You can't throw the ball if you don't protect the quarterback.
Well, it's obvious Simmons is dropping because of that
ACL tear. But again, we've seen guys come back and not even affect them. So I'd be very
curious.
Yeah,
the lineman, though.
Yeah, but let's see, because this could be a surprise pick here. But this is
so if they go line, then I would expect them to go with Carnley or
Shamar Stewart, Texas A&M.
Edge rusher. This is an interesting pick, and I'm going to tell you why. Because this is almost like you're saying you're not going to go.
Who was it?
Shamar Stewart.
Oh, okay.
Texas A&M.
Yeah, he's an edge. Texas A&M.
But my question now is Trey Hendrickson and all of this issues with the contract. Does this signify basically that they're probably not going to sign him and he's now available for a trade?
Yeah.
That's how I look at
I
this.
wouldn't even be surprised if they do trade him for a second rounder or part to get another pick in the first round.
Yeah, and now I question this too. Joe Burrow, who was very upset with the Bengals, said you need to spend money, you need to get guys in there, and then you go defense with your first pick in the first round, knowing that the offensive line still is in need. Again, already hearing rumblings from him, but I'm not sure I like this pick, gentlemen. I'm not sure I like this pick. Seattle Seahawks on the clock. Again, this is another team that kind of is in some kind of transition, good or bad or indifferent. Picked up Sam Darnold, Cooper Kupp, DeMarcus Lawrence. So they've put some serious money into the free agency pool. But again, need offensive line, linebacker, defensive tackle, offensive tackle. Could this be a Simmons? He's the biggest drop to me right now, just based on the fact that I probably had him projected at least in the top 15. Where we think Seattle's going. Again, 10-7 last year. Again, this is a playoff caliber team, but again, different quarterback, different situation now.
Well, I had them taking Booker's at this point, but he's already gone. If
offensive line makes a lot of sense. They don't need edge.
I would
maybe
say
a defensive tackle as well.
I'd say Ursary has a shot at going here. From Minnesota, 6'6", 330 pounds.
Defensive tackle.
6'6".
Yeah, I think they go defensive tackle. DeMarcus Lawrence, defensive end. Pair him with somebody that can kind of get a double team and give him some opportunities. Kenny, maybe tight end, but Noah Fant played pretty well for them. They got Kupp and Jigba. So they got some good wide receivers, even though they lost DK Metcalf. Question's going to be Sam Darnold. Again, so possibly offensive line too, build this lineup and kind of go in a direction to make sure he's protected. It seemed to work well in Minnesota for him. But again, I was surprised with Cincinnati's pick. I would not be surprised now that Seattle goes a whole different direction than I'm even talking about.
Yeah, I think it's either offensive line or you said they picked up a receiver, right? Cooper Kupp.
Yep, they got Kupp. Right?
So I would think offensive line here.
It makes sense. They need guard. They need tackle.
If they go defense, I would probably say Will Johnson, cornerback.
Yeah, who's still available as well, and they do need. I'm just surprised right now.
Safety Malaki Starks. They need some safety help too. So, I mean, they have some guys that are available. It's just who's higher on their board.
I mean, the pick is in.
They got to go offensive line.
But I thought Cincinnati was going offensive line, and then they went and grabbed the edge.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Right.
Right. So I don't know what to believe anymore.
What a fool believes.
Pick number 18.
Gray Zabel.
Wow. There it is.
I was going to mention him too.
That's Ron's guy.
Yeah, Ron's guy.
Offensive guard, good pick.
Yes, again, that's a very good pick.
He dropped as well.
That's a very good pick. I was just gonna mention him. He was my number 27 overall. So not too bad.
Good pick. Listen, you got to protect Donald. if anything, that's going to be crucial to him. So I like the pick. I like the pick.
Yeah, he needs the time, right?
Yeah.
So you got to be able to protect him.
All right. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. Another 10-7 team, another playoff team. Baker Mayfield played very well, but again, now you start to look at Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. They're getting up there in age. So do they look wide receiver here? Maybe Golden. Again, offensive guard.
They did have a lot of injuries on their wide receiver core last year. I mean, I think that they need maybe a linebacker more. But
me too.
Health is definitely an issue. And if you go Jihad Campbell here, I think that's a great pickup.
Alabama, yep.
Yeah.
That's who I have.
Yeah, he's my best available linebacker. He is also my number 2 available. So
yeah, right now, that Hassan Reddick definitely underperformed last season. He's at linebacker right now, very weak at the linebacker position. When you look at the depth, I agree with you both that I could see it go that route. I think they stay away from the offensive side right now because I think they're in okay shape.
Yeah, because it's looking more and more like wide receivers are going to go in the second round because everybody's staying away from them right now.
Yeah.
I mean, literally only one.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, possibility they need wide receiver with Mike Evans. Chris Godwin, again, Evans getting older, Godwin in his injury concerns, but I could see them steering away from that and just hoping those guys stay healthy.
I would think that they're going to go receiver second round.
Yeah.
And, if you can get Jaden Higgins in that second round, 6'4", 215 pounds. I mean, he's got length. And you need those
he's in the
receivers.
building. All right, Danny in the building. He's back. Dallas Cowboys, get your offensive guard. I'm sure you're excited about that. We're talking draft. Eric's the best. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that.
Welcome back, Danny.
We've missed you, buddy. We've missed you. We have the Bucks on the clock. Again, interesting. Well, Danny, you got to be nice too, though. Let's be nice. Let's be nice to each other. Offensive. Yes. They picked up Hassan Reddick. Again, on the defensive side of the ball, not the best season last year with the Jets. So it's going to be interesting to see if they, again, still look linebacker. They are trying to do some different things. Maybe an edge rusher, kid from BC still out there. So there's a lot of different possibilities Tampa can go. Again, gentlemen, playoff team, right? Weak division. They don't need a lot to probably remain there. So
just kind of take the best player available.
Yeah, right. Anything that's there right now, to me, think it helps the Buccaneers. So we've just got to make sure, if we're Tampa Bay, that we just don't go and go for a reach somewhere that just doesn't make sense.
Right.
But again,
just fill a need.
I think the Zabel thing hurts them, right? They probably looked at guard. That would have been one area of offense they could have went. And I'm sure that was, maybe a little bit of a disappointment that he went where he did.
There are certainly some top players still available that fill their positions of need. And that is the important thing for them to do.
Congratulations, Danny. That's awesome. Getting married soon. Congratulations. Wish you both well. That's awesome. That is awesome.
That's awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Do we get the invite for the wedding?
We could do a podcast right from the wedding. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Exactly. I want the chicken, not the fish.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go beef. I'm a beef guy. I think I would go beef.
Yeah.
The pick is in for the Bucks. Again, the benefits of being in a weaker division, the Bucks really don't need to go and reach for anybody. Just get a position of need, fill a void, continue to, again, health will be a concern. But hey, Dion's finally in the building too. All right.
That guy next to him is everywhere, yo.
What is up with that hat?
The guy with the big hat?
Yeah.
He's a Philadelphia Eagles fan.
Oh boy.
Some kind of rapper. I don't know what his name is. He's some kind of rapper, but this guy's everywhere.
I think he didn't go because he knew he was gonna go in the top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He might not go in the first round. I mean, Pittsburgh, who knows with them?
Well, if Pittsburgh takes Jackson or whatever his name is,
Yeah.
Dart.
Jackson Dart.
It's a possibility.
Mississippi.
All right. Who do we got? Tampa Bay.
Ah, yeah. Emeka. Yep. From Ohio State, wide receiver.
Wow.
Emeka Egbuka.
I don't know about this one either, gentlemen.
Me neither. Buccaneers, huh?
I don't know if I
Well, that speaks volumes of what I was telling you before, how they've had so many injuries with their receivers that they have to make sure that they got another one coming. Because to me, this seems like somebody's not coming back.
Yeah, I just think they could have probably went a couple different directions before this pick.
It's all about maintaining, I guess.
Yeah. All
You
right.
had to get somebody. Look at the problems that they had going down the stretch with receivers being out. At one point, they had like 4 receivers that were out, and you can't be in that position next year.
Agreed, but I think you go offensive lineman here, get Baker some. You could have got a receiver in the second round. They were dropping. But Denver Broncos on the clock. Again, another 10-7, made the playoffs. Picked up Evan Ingram, tight end. Dre Greenlaw, linebacker. Noah Huffenfanga, the safety. So again, they went some defensive sides. Again, another team that needs a wide receiver.
Yeah, this has to be a receiver here.
Safety.
They need one. You got to give Bo Nix a weapon.
Right? So think about Bo Nix too. Like that was a surprise where we didn't expect. So now how do you build around him? Running back too could be a possibility. I know it might be a little bit of a reach at this point.
Yeah, I think it's a reach right now.
Sutton
they needed to get Jonty.
Yeah. Cortland Sutton is their number 1 wide receiver. Now they add Evan Ingram. So again, you could see them go wide receiver. Would make probably
you could
the best
see
sense.
Golden for the speed, or you could see Higgins for the height. Luther Burden is still available from Missouri, who is rated number 14. 6 foot 205.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. Wide receiver here makes a lot of sense. But again, I've been wrong just about all the time. Yeah, I mean, Burden looks like a good pick here. Luther Burden, the third, kind of fell here. You said at 5'11", 208, so maybe a little bit of a concern with the height.
Well, that's Golden. Burden is 6 foot
Mhm.
205.
Oh, I got him at 5'11" on mine.
Burden?
Yeah.
No.
What's
only an
going on
inch.
over there, Kenny? Holy Toledo. Yeah, I got Golden at 6 feet, 195. But even that is kind of small, 195 pounds. I know that sounds.
Yeah, that's why I like Jaden Higgins from Iowa. Iowa State, rather. Sorry. 6'4", 215. I think that gives you a target right there. That gives you a target. And I think I would probably take a shot at that, especially if you are bringing everybody back on your receiving core, but expecting injuries.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
So it gives you a chance to bring this kid in and
whoever they bring in
probably
probably becomes their number 2 option. Marvin Mims Jr. is their number 2 right now. And again, I think there's enough of the wide receiver position here that they automatically jump into that number 2 spot.
Yeah. I mean, you got to think that probably Godwin is probably coming back.
We're on Denver. Godwin's on Tampa Bay.
Oh, I'm still in Tampa Bay. Oh.
I was wondering where you go.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, I had Tampa Bay on the mind. And
Really? We didn't notice. We didn't notice.
Okay.
So that means Denver is even more trouble because they only have one guy. Really.
Yeah, Sutton. Sutton is their number 1 wide receiver. It makes a lot of sense here. Marvin Mims Jr. being your number 2.
Yeah.
Again, you picked up Ingram for the tight end position. So I think you see them probably go the route of wide receiver, but solidify that number 2 spot. You know, some guys have really dropped too. You know, Will Johnson, again, Simmons, we've talked about several times. Hampton here as well, running back. He's still around. Matthew Golden. There's a few guys here now that we could definitely say have probably slipped a little more than we expected. So Denver's pick is in. Again, I think we all assume it's a wide receiver here, but again,
yeah.
That's why you can't put these kids in the green room. Like after a while, I think we should just not. Like I think after 15, you just take the kids off. Like I feel bad. We see this way too much every year now.
I don't feel bad. They make money in college now, so tough.
Oh, here we go. So Denver Broncos, again, in a very difficult division. Key would be, again, what are they getting to try to, again, deal with Mahomes twice? Get the Chargers, you know, what they bring. I like when they do this every year. They make a wish. They have.
Yeah, sure.
It's nice of them.
Yeah. Where's John Cena? Was he a fan? He's a Bronco fan?
Yes, sir. So the Broncos at pick number 20. Let's see who they select.
Seems like it's going slower now than what it was at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cornerback Jahad Barron. Good pick. Right? You need some guys that can honestly, you know, cover in that division with Patrick Mahomes?
No, it's Jade.
Jade. Like the Sade, like the singer.
Hey.
This is no ordinary love.
Cool. Like that. Okay. All right.
Jade Barron. I like this pick. I think this is a good pick. Again, you can never have enough quality cornerbacks. This is where we're at, gentlemen. We are at number 21 with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Quarterback situation, influx, Aaron Rodgers. Is this Shedeur Sanders, gentlemen? They've got their wide receiver. They pick up DK Metcalf, picked up a cornerback in Darius Slay in the offseason. Again, running back still a possibility here too. Najee Harris, I believe, is gone. So their depth at wide running back is in question here as well. The kid from North Carolina is still available. This could be an interesting one here. If they go running back, that
Henderson
kind of,
and Judkins from Ohio State is still out there too.
Yeah, need an offensive tackle. But right now, your two quarterbacks are Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson.
Yeah, you got to go quarterback here. You have to.
Right? You have to go Shedeur Sanders. If you don't, I think to Ron's point, they might know something about Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers may be honestly waiting to see if they pick Shedeur Sanders to make a decision if he wants to come play in Pittsburgh. So they may not pick him just to try to get Aaron Rodgers. So
if they don't pick him, then there's something brewing. And it could be, like I said, it could be Kirk Cousins.
Could be cornerback here. Very good possibility too.
Kirk Cousins.
I don't think they should put their hopes into Aaron Rodgers because he's known to just change his mind and not do what he was going to do. I would pick a quarterback here no matter what.
Yeah, I agree with you. But again, somebody like Will Johnson is very enticing at corner.
Yeah.
At 21, that to me is a steal. Again, we talked about the kid from North Carolina at running back, which is a definite need, and we know Pittsburgh likes to run the ball. It's one of the things they try to do consistently. And that's been for many years. So you could see a running back here as well. You could see Omarion Hampton. Like this could be the pick is in. This is going to be it. Is this Shedeur Sanders? Is it the running back Omarion Hampton? Is it Will Johnson? And you know that again, Mike Tomlin, defensive coach. This is probably the most excited we've been in a while.
But stomach's doing flip flops,
right? Like
wow. What? Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon.
Wow. What is that, gentlemen?
What the heck is going on?
I don't even know at this point.
Wow.
I think there was better talent out there for Pittsburgh. I would, if you're going to make a defensive pick, why is it not Will Johnson? I don't understand this. I don't know what just happened. And no Shedeur Sanders. We know he's not going to the next couple teams here. LA, Green Bay. You know who's interested now? 24, Minnesota. Minnesota becomes a player for Shedeur Sanders. The Los Angeles Chargers are on the clock, Ron. But we've probably just had the biggest surprise of the draft. Shedeur Sanders falls. You think Pittsburgh's a lock, and somehow it doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. Shador Sanders still not drafted.
So where'd you have Harmon?
Defensive tackle. Let's see.
Wow.
He was 25 for me.
Wow.
So he was on my, top 10 remaining.
42. 42nd. 6'5", 310. He had 1 year of noticeable production. But again, very high IQ. He's competitive. But I am shocked with that one. I am shocked.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't understand what that was about. Listen, this isn't us disparaging these kids and saying that they're not good. But when you're talking about needs of a team and fits, it just doesn't make sense why they would go defensive tackle.
That means they're not looking for a quarterback.
Which means Aaron Rodgers probably has said something, or they made a move to say, hey, Aaron Rodgers is going to be our guy.
Yeah.
We want him to know that we're not going to draft somebody. You got TJ Watt on the line, Cameron Haywood on the line. You
need a running back, you need a defensive lineman, a wide receiver, and an offensive lineman to go along with a quarterback.
Agreed.
And they clearly went defensive line, which is not as important as a quarterback at this point. This is where a quarterback should have went.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's a big mistake for Pittsburgh. And like I said at the beginning, they must have something in the works for a quarterback. They have to. Or either that, they feel that they're going to get one of these two quarterbacks in the second round, or possibly move up into the first round. But now you have a couple of teams out there that are now trying to work the phones that are going to try to get a quarterback as well.
Does somebody move back in? Again, if you're looking at, again, to me, there are no other teams really in the quarterback market other than maybe Minnesota. Other than that, there is no other team right now that even looks at a quarterback.
Nope. Wow.
So again, I don't know what Pittsburgh was thinking. They must know something we don't. Or again, something happened where, again, now you look at round 2 tomorrow, Cleveland Browns, the Giants, the Titans, the Jaguars, the Raiders are the first 5 teams. Maybe the Giants are looking at the second round at number 34 and going to make that move, or the Browns at 33.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised if one of these other teams jumps into the first round, because you're looking at the Chargers up next. They are not going to go for a quarterback.
Nope.
Green Bay, you would think, is not going to go quarterback.
No, they got Love.
Minnesota, possibly.
That's what I was saying. Minnesota's the only team left in the first round that possibly could go Shador Sanders. Or they could allow a team to move up if they're not interested and move back out. But I don't think Shador's going tonight. I think that solidified it with Pittsburgh going the defensive route.
Well, maybe Kansas City could be looking for a quarterback.
Chargers here. We know, the style. They want to be tough nose, hard nose. I could see them possibly Josh Simmons on the other side with Joe Alt. You could see them go tight end here and get a big blocker. Good edge rusher. They gave up on Bosa. So maybe they go back and look at that defensive tackle. there was a 96% chance that he was going to be drafted in the 21st pick, Shedeur Sanders, which didn't happen. So again, I don't think he goes in the first round now. I think it's pretty much a done deal.
Wow.
That's amazing, isn't it?
And with Pittsburgh, him sliding to Pittsburgh was almost a lock to me at that point. Like it was a guarantee he was going to Pittsburgh. So again, don't know what they know. Again, LA Chargers on the clock now. Again, last year, again, 11-6, made the postseason. Got to figure out how to win in the playoffs now. I think
tight end, wide receiver.
Tight end. I don't think they need wide receiver as much. Look at the depth chart here. But if you look at, obviously Justin Herbert and what he's done, Quentin Johnson, Mike Williams, Ladd McConkey, who played extremely well last year. They picked up Najee Harris from the Steelers. So from a running back standpoint, that looks good. I could see them going offensive lineman here. No, actually, they got Slater and Alt, plus Zion Johnson and Becton they picked up. So they look good. This should be a defensive. Getting a little older on defense. Khalil Mack is up there. Derwin James Jr., right? So I could see them going edge. I could see them going edge here or defensive tackle.
Which now brings up Mike Green, and James Pierce, who have both dropped.
Yeah. So I could.
I like one of those two here.
Yeah, could see them going edge. Can see them go right. You got rid of Joey Bosa. Gonna need some pass rush. Makes sense, Ron. I agree. Or a defensive tackle. We know he wants to be, again, tough nosed in the middle. Harbaugh is that kind of coach. So he's more willing to go defensive lineman and just get a big guy that's gonna,
Yeah, if you want a big guy in that middle, Tyleek Williams from Ohio State, 6'3", 334. It's got some girth.
Didn't Kenneth Grant go already from Michigan?
Yes.
Okay, so Will Johnson.
Yeah, my top four are gone from defensive line.
Will Johnson.
Yeah, I listen. There's a reason Shedeur Sanders didn't go. Whatever that reason may be, Kenny doesn't seem to think. I think it's a Deion factor. I think Deion kind of made it very awkward.
Yeah, he was going to not let his son play for certain teams.
Yeah, so I think he created a madness. I think, listen, the kid's dropping to the second round now. There's no doubt in my mind. I can't see a team moving up because there was enough teams now that had the opportunity. Why even bother? You probably got a better shot in the second round anyway.
Yeah, because if you want to move up, you move up to get somebody that is going to be highly coveted by many teams.
Yeah. So think about this, gentlemen. Round 2, the Browns
Supply
open.
and demand.
The Browns open up in round 2. Possibly the Browns, possibly the Giants. The Titans just drafted their quarterback. The Jaguars have a quarterback. Geno Smith is in Vegas. Then it's New England. Then it's Chicago. Then it's the Saints. So
you got to think. Okay, so if Cleveland possibly could take him, then somebody's got to jump up into the first round somewhere with Buffalo, Kansas City, Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And they're going to make a trade with one of those teams.
Unless the Saints jump back in it or the Giants decide to get in it.
Marion Hampton, running back, North Carolina. Okay. All right. So they did go quarterback. They did go running back.
Which makes no sense. See, this to me is a bad pick. You just picked up Najee Harris.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
It's dumb.
Like, I know what he's trying to do, but again, it's not a need. It wasn't a necessity. You're getting older on defense. You know, Khalil Mack has been out and missed a lot of games. You lost Joey Bosa now. Derwin James is not getting any younger. So it doesn't make sense to me here that you would grab a running back, especially after getting Najee Harris. Like, I don't understand some of these teams in their philosophy. But again, he wants to run the ball. He wants to be a run heavy, dominant. You know, my line's better than your line. I'm going to just keep ramming it down your throat.
Mm-hmm.
But this, to me, is not a need for this team right now. Defensively would have made more sense. Again, in knowing Harbaugh, you would think it would be, he wouldn't even care. Like, give me a big defensive lineman. I'm shocked with this pick too, gentlemen. The last couple picks have not made sense to me.
Yeah, I don't like what they're doing.
The Pittsburgh's pick made no sense. This pick by the Chargers makes no sense. Green Bay, please help me out and start to make some sense. This is a great spot for Williams right now. They need a cornerback. The Green Bay Packers need a cornerback. Get yourself a cornerback now, and please start to make some more. Bring this thing back in line.
Yeah, Will Johnson is the smart pick here.
Like, you cannot go any other direction now. If the Packers pick a quarterback, I'm done. I think we're
6'2",
done.
194. So, I mean, you're not going to get much better than that. 17th ranked player. Like, it's unbelievable how some of these guys have dropped.
Yeah, and again, here's a guy that, to me, fills a need.
A big need.
You're at a point now, like, fill the need. He's dropped 6'2", 202, you said, right? Long, lean cornerback. He's got good quickness, change of direction. Green Bay, to me, is one of those teams that really needs to make
and look at the division you're going to be in. Look at how that division was last year.
Detroit, Minnesota, Chicago. We know Chicago's going to be a much improved team with Ben Johnson.
You're going to need a good cornerback in that division. You have to. You have to have a shutdown corner. You got to shut something down.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have a guy that's going to stop that Detroit offense.
Yeah. Yep. I agree 100%. This has to be cornerback. Let's get this draft back on track, because the last two picks have been horrendous. And not because I'm saying the players aren't good. I don't want people to think I'm disparaging the kids that were picked.
Not what they needed.
Sure, but it doesn't fill voids on these teams. Why pick up a Najee Harris from Pittsburgh to pick up a running back in the first round?
It makes no sense.
If they went offensive lineman, I would have at least thought that would have been a better move for the Chargers than a running back at this point.
It was no point assigning, Harris at this point, because you just drafted a running back in your first round, where you could have filled voids.
Can't play both. Unless they know something I don't.
Yep.
Unless they know something I don't. But I forgot we're in Green Bay, so the Packer fans are now like, it's. But again, here's another team that the talent's there, gentlemen. They've been a team that's been in that playoff run, but they can't get over that hurdle. Get a piece now that can honestly start to solidify some things. I think, offensively, you've got some pieces there. Josh Jacobs, Jordan Love, obviously, Christian Watson, if he stays healthy, is a very good wide receiver. They've done well there. Tight end could be a possibility here as well, but you look at it and it tend to say it should be cornerback. Yeah, it should be cornerback. And that would make the most sense. So, biggest surprise.
And if it's not a cornerback, you should trade down.
Yeah, get out of the pick. Get out of the pick if you don't like what's there.
Yeah.
But
got to plug in.
Again, some of these teams are not making sense to me tonight, because, I'm still baffled with the last two picks. You know what I mean? we went wide receiver with Tampa Bay. I thought was a stretch a little bit. I don't know. And then obviously the Pittsburgh thing, not taking a quarterback, basically saying, I guess, Aaron, tail between the legs, please decide to come play for the Pittsburgh Steelers this season. We won't draft a quarterback. Little surprised so far.
I mean, they still have a couple of options out there. I mean, I would still, like I said, I would still have drafted a quarterback, no matter what your options are, because none of them are going to be long term. You know, you could go with Aaron Rodgers. You could go Kirk Cousins. You could also go Jimmy Garoppolo at this point.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, there are options. You could trade for Stafford if they decided to do that. They almost did.
They just redid his deal, though. He's
right. I'm just saying they almost did. So, I mean, there are options, but none of them are long-term options. So they need a quarterback in this draft, and I'm guessing that they think they can get him either late in the first round by trading up, or in that second round they may try to grab one of those two quarterbacks. Or McCord, or one of the others later. So, I mean, it's. I think you're cutting it too close if you're Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think they gambled, and I think they're out of. If they even thought about Shedeur Sanders, they're out of that running because tomorrow he's going in the top 5.
Yeah, you know, unless somebody drafts him late in this first round tonight, which is a possibility.
I can't see it at this point. I think there are no teams.
Somebody could move up.
The only team right now is the Vikings. But J.J. McCarthy, how healthy is he?
No,
that's
if somebody moves up, if somebody feels Cleveland is going to draft them first tomorrow, somebody will move up to today.
Yeah, the only one
Simple
would be the
that.
Giants, and I think the fans would absolutely destroy them for it.
No, I think that the Giants might be out. I think the Giants might wait till next year.
All right.
Are they like picking yet to what?
He's up there,
This is
buddy.
ridiculous.
It's well, Green Bay's interesting too because they're not right. They don't have a real owner. Like the fans own the team.
Yeah.
So you know, I think it's interesting.
They could go quarterback too at some point.
Jordan Love, yeah, maybe, yeah, but again, 3rd, 4th round, 5th round.
Yeah, I'm saying later. Yeah, at some point. Because they like to have their guy sit there for 3 years.
What was the pick?
It's not in yet. I don't know what the heck is he talking about. He's like, oh yeah, go Green Bay, yeah, oh yeah, big deal, let's go.
Yeah,
who's the pick?
These heads. You know, sometimes they put all this hype. The kid stinks, and it's like we wasted 10 minutes talking.
Right.
Come on.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Green Bay Packers.
Well, you had a little speech. Read the card.
He did.
Oh gosh, yo! We keep raising his hands for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this guy wants to.
Matthew Golden. Wow.
Really?
Matthew Golden.
Wow.
Matthew, obviously from Texas. He's like, about time. Look at him. It's about time.
I'm just going to say right now that
they do need a receiver.
This team, Ron, has gotten guys off the scrap heap.
Should have been a cornerback, but
Dobbs. I'm going to read these guys off right now.
Yep. Should have been a quarterback.
Dobbs, Jaden Reed, Watson. These are guys that they just threw in there, and these kids have all performed. They do a very good job of wide receivers. They needed a cornerback. This made no sense to me either. This is 3 straight bad picks in my book.
Well, that takes my 22nd guy off the board.
Minnesota is now on the clock. I'm going to say this again. Vikings need a cornerback too, but I don't know what. Nobody wants to seem to pick anybody on the defensive side of the ball anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe they need a wide receiver too, because Justin Jefferson's just not good enough. What is going on right now that these teams are just like. If I was any one of the fans of these teams right now, I'd be so pissed off.
I don't know.
Well, they made the playoffs.
Me too.
Yeah, but they lose every year in the playoffs. It's because they make picks like this.
Yep.
You make picks like this. You get a wide receiver, which you didn't really need. You could have survived without a wide receiver. The weakness is cornerback, edge, defensive tackle. Wide receiver is probably a 5th need. And you sit back. You lose Bradbury, who went to Bradbury was in Minnesota. Minnesota's on the clock. Need a quarterback, need a defensive tackle. I can't see running back. There's not another first-round running back at this point. Maybe an offensive guard.
I would think this has to be Will Johnson or Maxwell.
The pick is in, Ron. I can't wait because, my blood pressure hasn't gotten to a point now where I'm just like, what are we doing?
I don't know.
The last 4 picks have been horrible.
It's not that they're horrible picks. They're just not what those teams should be picking.
But that's what I'm saying. Horrible picks for those teams. Not the players. The picks themselves don't make sense.
Yeah,
Golden's
exactly
happy.
For the team. What is he saying?
I wouldn't be happy about playing in Green Bay, though. It's
They're
too cold.
I mean, it's cold.
It's a good team.
It's brutal up there.
I think, though, again, if you look at what Green Bay's done, they just grab guys and they make them decent receivers. So, to me, it's just like you didn't need to go wide receiver at this point.
Well,
it's almost like the NFL tells you, I feel bad the kid's in the green room. Somebody please call his name.
Mm-hmm.
This pick makes no sense to me. Oh, we're in Green Bay. The kid's there. He can talk to the crowd. Call him in because the other guys aren't there. That's all this is. It's all a hype. Vikings on the clock. 14-3 last year. But again, a lot of questions now. Quarterback-wise, Sam Darnold gone. J.J. McCarthy's going to probably be their starter. They don't have a second quarterback either. There's nobody on their list for a second quarterback. Could it be Shedeur Sanders? This is the last, I think, opportunity for him to go in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
They're not picking a quarterback.
Is J.J. McCarthy healthy enough and able to go?
Who knows? But they're putting everything on him.
Or again, is this... Here's another Aaron Rodgers situation where he was rumored or linked to go to Minnesota.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do they not make the move? This is what I'm saying. Like, it's almost like Aaron Rodgers is self-imploding some of these teams by saying, hey, just wait. Maybe he'll come to us. There we go, guys. Great job. Oh, he decides to retire. Oh, man. You know, I don't. What is that get up? I don't know.
There's no way they're going receiver. That would be dumb because
they can't go receiver. I mean, they got Justin Jefferson, who's probably the best wide
Right,
receiver.
and he makes everybody else better because they're like double and triple covering him.
But right now, J.J. McCarthy is the only quarterback on the roster. The only one. They need a quarterback. They need a backup somewhere. I mean, it doesn't hurt them.
This is it. Pick again. This is it.
It locks him in for 5 years. If he's good, or one of them's good, then you got trade bait. I don't know.
This has to be a cornerback. I mean, come on.
Wow. Donovan Jackson, guard from Ohio State. What is going on? I don't know.
I just don't get it, gentlemen. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's you guys tell me if I'm crazy, but
no, yeah, I agree. What is these teams doing?
I mean, guard is a need, but you can't tell me that you.
Well, Houston. Oh wait, Houston trades pick to New
They're
York.
trying to protect JJ.
Trade to the Giants. Here we go. Shador Sanders. Uh-oh.
Yep.
It's got to be it.
I told you.
Yep. Oh, here we go. Now he's telling people.
But again, why? This is. They could have.
So Houston is out.
The Giants. I mean, get Abdul Carter. Do they get? They got to. This has to be Sanders.
It's got to be. There's no way it's not.
This is 100% Shador saying. I'm writing it down already. I don't care.
I've already got it typed in, ready to go.
It's. This has got to be.
If it is, it's a great pick.
And if it isn't,
it's a terrible pick. No, I mean, if they got a need, then fine.
It's Jackson Dart. It's Jackson Dart.
They just flashed him up there, and he's getting a hug.
Yep.
Wait a minute.
Yep.
Wait a minute.
Yep.
Jackson Dart.
Yep.
Right?
No.
Jackson Dart.
No.
Wow.
No, it is not.
Wow.
No, they're still on the clock.
Wow.
They're still on the clock.
Wow.
They're still on the clock, Kenny. What are you talking
but they're
about?
all congratulating him.
Yep. They're all congratulating. Yep.
This dude now is going to be okay.
Eli. All right, we'll go. All right, get off stage.
Okay.
Get off stage, okay?
If this is Jackson
you didn't play
Dart,
a game yet. Okay.
what are we just? They traded. I wonder what they gave up too. Like that's crazy.
Woo! Let's see.
Well, that's a turn of
The
events.
pick's in.
Right?
The pick's in, gentlemen.
The pick's in. We got commercial. What is going on?
I don't. Is this Jack? Like, are we witnessing? This would be insane. If he goes ahead of Shador, I think we're being
they were
punked.
saying this, Eric, all week long. They were saying that his stock was rising. And he was now number 2. He's better. Oh, how does Deion? I want to see Deion Sanders right now. That's what I want to see.
This dude must be hot.
Deion must be livid.
He must be off.
So now it's interesting because now Pittsburgh has to make a move if they want a quarterback. Because Cleveland will be next highest, and they will probably take Shador. So now Pittsburgh has got some pressure on.
Yeah, boy. Oh, you got to put the Giants.
You're going to see another one.
I got to put Texans. I don't know what. Draft trade, Ron. Draft trade. We just watched. I don't know.
Wow.
If this is Jackson Dart,
It's Jackson Dart. I've already posted it up.
you better not have.
Absolutely.
It's not official.
Oh, it's official. He was jumping for
I
joy.
think it's the name. D in the initial.
That would be insanity. Like we just talked about all the picks that have just the last 4 or 5 have been horrible just because of need. And
That's
then
not a horrible pick, though.
if the Giants,
It's not a horrible pick.
They brought Shedeur Sanders in like twice. I don't know.
Maybe they just don't like Dion because he was on the Dallas Cowboys.
No, I don't think that's it. I think he opened his mouth too much. He opened his mouth. It's got to be quarterback, though, right? I think that the only way he traded back in is to get a quarterback. So it's between one of those two.
Did you not see Jackson Dart? How happy he was?
Yeah, but I mean,
getting the pats on the back. They're not going to post it up there until they're done with their commercial.
Look at him. Yep, there he is. Yep. Yep. That's where he grabs the phone. Yo, Dion's on the phone to the commissioner. What the hell is going on? What the hell? What the hell? Yeah, Roger. What the hell is going on?
I don't know, gents.
Wow. Dion's on the phone with the commissioner right now, giving him an earful. That's what's taking so long. Talking about he good.
I'll tell you what, if I'm another team, I try to get in there before that time limit.
Wow.
Jackson Dart.
Gentlemen.
Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow.
So I'm not going to say this in a bad way.
On the phone.
But they stretched, in my mind, with Daniel Jones. I feel like they just did the same thing. I feel like they just did the same thing.
Yep.
Are you going to tell me Jackson Dart wasn't going to be available tomorrow?
Like I said, Eric, it depends because Cleveland held all the cards, right? So if Cleveland decides to go quarterback, and you know they're probably going to try, right? Now you still have Pittsburgh in the mix. It was going to be whoever moved up into
Rams
the first
just traded
round.
the pick to Falcons.
What?
The Falcons.
Yep.
Nope, the Falcons picked up.
Falcons.
What? This got to be cornerback. This has to be cornerback. This has to be Will Johnson.
Ooh.
I would not be surprised if Pittsburgh doesn't move up, too. All right, so Atlanta Falcons is now 26.
Right, and let's see. Falcons need an edge. They got a linebacker with Jalen Walker in the last one. They still need a cornerback. I think they're going corner here, and this to me is Will Johnson. This makes
Who's their quarterback?
Sense. Who's their quarterback?
Who's their quarterback?
Michael Penix Jr. and Kirk Cousins.
Falcons, yeah.
Michael Penix Jr. and Kirk Cousins. Right. So they're not going quarterback here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
They're-
this
yeah, they're not
this
going-
is
okay, they're
this
not
is
going
probably
quarterback.
Will
Okay, right.
Johnson, who's dropped as well. I could see that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it was funny. I had a conversation, Kenny, in Ron about this same situation, and someone said, "When was the last time the New York Giants drafted a black quarterback?" And you just see Jackson Dart, and if you look at, I'm just saying, I find that interesting because I don't think this kid's a much bigger talent than Shedeur Sanders. Like, I don't see the big gap where you'd say, okay, that very interesting to me. Dart he saw in Josh, he sees it. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I just think something fishy going on.
Yeah.
I told you his stock was rising.
I get it. I just don't think. First of all, to trade up for him, I don't.
Wow.
Who the Falcons get? Kenny?
Wow.
What did you see?
Look at that. 4th, 6th. Nothing yet, but I was looking at top quarterback Giants.
Phil Simms,
Drafted.
Phillip Rivers, who they did the trade with Eli, Daniel Jones, and now Jackson Dart.
Mm-hmm. Wow. This is crazy.
It's not that crazy.
I think it is. This is.
It's not though, because a lot of the pro draft mockers, whatever you want to call them, a lot of them were picking Dart ahead of Sanders anyway. So it's not
James Parsons.
a big surprise.
Yeah.
Sanders is still going to go to somebody.
I bet you.
He's either going to go to Cleveland or Pittsburgh.
I bet you. I bet you they're not going to cut to Sanders again. I bet you he was on the phone talking about
The pick is in, right?
Don't show my son
James
anymore
Pierce.
if he ain't going in the first round. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Not a bad pick. Again, he dropped. So 2 defensive. Again, you get your linebacker, you get your defensive end, your edge rusher.
Wait, who'd they get?
James Pierce Jr.
There we go.
Rams get the 2nd round pick, 7th round pick, and then a 1st round pick next year. Wow. It's a big trade for Atlanta. You're giving up some 1st rounders.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're on to the Baltimore Ravens, gentlemen. 12-5 last year. Pick up DeAndre Hopkins, wide receiver in free agency, and Cooper Rush, backup quarterback. Here's a team very interesting because every year we say it, they could be a Super Bowl contender, and yet never happens. So what do they need to make this happen?
Same old, cornerback, safety, defensive line, edge. They need to go defense.
Right? Or offensive lineman. Again, Simmons here would not be a bad pick. Give Lamar some help on that offensive line.
Any one of my remaining 5 would be a good pick. Mike Green on the edge, Jihad Campbell even at linebacker, even though I don't think they need a linebacker. Josh Simmons, Will Johnson, Malaki Starks as a safety. That's an interesting one.
Yeah. Wide receiver here, too, could be a possibility. Again, here's a team that always struggles to get wide receivers. So even with DeAndre Hopkins, who didn't look very good with
Maybe Burden.
Kansas City, right? So you could see them go wide receiver here as well.
Or Higgins, 6'4", good receiver.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
but I still say defense. I think they need to improve their defense.
Yeah. They turned it on later. It took them a while, but they've got some quality. Listen, this team doesn't need much. If you're asking me, I don't think they need much. I think they just, again, we've seen them fall apart at the wrong, SpongeBob's at the wrong times. And it's going to be interesting to see if they decide to go a different direction. Like, do they go with that flashy wide receiver? Do they, stick to what, to your point, they may need is a defensive minded guy that's going to help them on that side of the ball. I still think too, offensive lineman is a strong possibility here. We've seen Lamar Jackson really need to get some help on that side. They've never had, a strong line while he's been there.
I think the best value, though, right now is on the defensive side.
Yeah.
You got a lot of guys that could have been drafted earlier in the draft and are still available. I think you got to jump on that right now. I'm just surprised at the talent on the defensive side of the ball is right now being overlooked. And somebody's going to pick up some great players.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Will Johnson goes probably to Detroit. So, he should be off the board soon. This has turned into quite a final couple of round picks here at the end of this first round, because there's some things that have happened that were not expected. Of the least being said, Jackson Dart, just getting picked recently by the New York Giants, who moved up. Very interesting move there. Yeah, sir. And then obviously Atlanta, that's a big trade for Atlanta, because you're giving up first rounds. You're putting a lot of eggs in the basket this year. You're getting two young kids on the defensive side of the ball that you hope turn out to be pretty good, because you're trading away a lot of capital next season.
If one of them becomes a bust, your draft is not so good.
Yeah, especially because next year now you don't have a first-round pick.
Yeah.
You lose that pick, and that was a surprise to me. And again, the Giants, I think, could have waited till tomorrow. But again, your point, they're picking 34th. You had one team ahead of you. I don't know. Unless they felt that strongly Cleveland was going to pick them.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, because Cleveland obviously is going to need an upgrade there. So I think it's only a matter of time, and I think Cleveland was hoping that they could get one of them.
I don't know if Cleveland can even
that
afford
second round pick.
Back.
But they still, like I said, Cleveland still has to worry about Pittsburgh. If Pittsburgh moves ahead now you're looking at Cleveland gets left holding the bag and gets no quarterback.
All right. Let's see who the Ravens pick. All right. Baltimore Ravens select Malik Starks, safety.
Safety, that's what I just got done mentioning him.
This is a good pairing now, because you got Hamilton with Starks. That's a good backfield.
It's a great pick.
That's a very
good job,
pick.
Baltimore.
Yeah, no, I like that pick. I think you pair him with Kyle Hamilton, who's a very good safety. that gives you, two guys back there now that obviously are ball hawks and can make plays. You need guys that can make plays on defense, right? If you're going to contend for a Super Bowl. So good pick. This kid dropped. Well, which we've seen a lot of the defensive guys drop. So
Yeah.
I think you see Johnson go here to Detroit. Like, again, these are guys that should have went earlier in this round. The Detroit Lions are on the clock, Ron. 15-2 last year. It's again, here's a team that really we thought was going to be in the Super Bowl. Kenny has predicted them for several years now to be the Super Bowl team.
Yep.
Eventually, you're going to get it right, Kenny. Eventually, you're going to get this
Eventually,
right.
I'm going to get it right.
I feel Mike Green needs to go here. I think they need to go with Mike Green.
All right, we need to get the Detroit Lions. The pick is in, Ron. The pick is in. Detroit Lions are on the clock, and the pick is in. Let us see who Detroit picks up. Here's a team that, again, 15-2, very dominant during the regular season, and then lost in the postseason. So, again, to Washington, a lot of talent on this team. Right? Injuries kind of derailed a little bit of that. Aiden Hutchinson getting hurt towards the end. Again, here's a team that needs a cornerback. So
that's a lot of love for the commissioner.
Yeah. I could see this being cornerback here.
Nope, edge. Telling you. There goes my pen.
Yeah, Aiden Hutchinson, they did try, they wanted to get a guy on the other side of him. So maybe you're right, Ron.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what is this? What am I watching? All right, so no pick.
Pick is not in yet. Again, edge, cornerback, I think at a 2, possibly wide receiver. But again, they picked up cornerback DJ Reed in the offseason, free agent signing. But again, this is a team right now. You lost both offensive and defensive coordinators. 15-2 last year. But you feel like they may be flawed. And again, how much longer can they hold this run before they start to fall apart? Jared Goff has performed pretty well. I'm a little concerned though. Like Detroit's, you got to the top of the wall. You got to get over it.
You got to cash in now.
Yeah, like it's getting to the point where that window is closing and it's closing quickly.
Yeah, because other teams are just getting better. You got everybody catching you in the division.
So, again, I like to see a pick that is going to be somewhat dominant. You're pretty good on the offensive side of the ball. Get some defensive guys in here. You need to make stocks. The reason they lost in the postseason, they couldn't stop anybody. Washington scored a ton of points on them. You need to get some stops, and you need to be able to make a team have to struggle to get points. It has to be a defensive player. It has to either be that edge rusher to partner with Hutchinson, or it's got to be a cornerback that can be a shutdown. So I can't see it. going any other way. And again, you're talking about a whole new staff here, gentlemen. So that's where it's going to get interesting as well. Continuity. They had it for a few years now, and you lost that. This pick's important. This pick is very important to Detroit right now.
You could even go defensive line with Deonte Walker from Kentucky. 6'7",
defensive tackle
331.
Tyleek Williams from Ohio State.
Yeah. He was my next. He was the best available on my defensive lineman.
So again, good pick. I keep talking about it. I think this whole show tonight, Copycat League, Detroit, follow the lead of the Philadelphia Eagles. Get yourself some defensive guys that can put pressure on a quarterback and not have to have, linebackers and corner blitzes. So a good pick, solid pick. I like the pick. I don't think it was a stretch, something they needed. Which brings up the Washington Commanders at number 29. Who would have thought the Commanders would be picking at 29 a year ago? Probably nobody on this panel. 12-5, made a big run in the postseason. Made a big trade in the offseason to get Deebo Samuel to add to the offense. Defensive tackle Javon Kinlaw as well. Gentlemen, what are we looking for Washington to do here? Because the only team in their division that they really are competing with right now, I would think, is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. Look, they're going to want to put pressure on a quarterback. That's what they're going to need to do. If you can put pressure on the quarterbacks, especially when it comes to Philadelphia and when it comes to Dallas, you put the pressure on them, you're gonna be able to turn the ball over. And they got some guys that can do that on defense, but they need the pressure. And I think that's where they gotta go. Or a shutdown corner. So in my opinion, you gotta go either edge or you gotta go cornerback.
Yeah. I think this has to be an edge.
Put some pressure on them.
Only other thing I would say is if there's an offensive lineman that you feel could make, and again, Simmons possibility here, you need to get some blockers to be formidable around Philadelphia Eagles and what they're able to do defensively. So give Jaden Daniels some time, get him an offensive lineman, and make sure that he's got some time. So I
like that. Ariante Ursary from Minnesota, 6'6", 330 pounds. He's a big boy you can put in there. You can put him at tackle. You can put him at guard. And I think, he's going to be tough to get through.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
He's a big man.
Offensive tackle, or to your point, edge. Let's get some pressure on the quarterback. Is this team for real, gentlemen? So obviously we got a little bit of time here before the pick gets in. 12-5 last year. Again, beat Detroit. Went to the NFC championship game and lost to Philly, but it wasn't. Again, a lot of turnovers. Could have won that game if they had held on to the ball a little bit. Do we believe this is a team that can contend for a championship? They're picking 29th. They are picking in the top 4.
Yeah, and they improved with free agency.
Yeah, Deebo Samuel's a big pickup, right? Now this gives them another weapon.
Yeah, that's going to be a formidable team. And like I said, if they improve on that defensive side, I would not be surprised if they go all defense in this draft, at least most of it. Maybe later on take a receiver, for depth reasons, obviously. But you need to improve that defense so that way you can get legitimate stops. And by doing that, you need a guy that can put the pressure on the opposing quarterbacks, especially in that division. And you need somebody that can shut down a top receiver. And that's what they need to key on. And you have guys available to do that, on the line and as an edge rusher and cornerback. Like those cornerbacks that are available, Will Johnson, Maxwell Hairston, these guys are good players.
They picked up Laramie Tunsil too, the offensive tackle in via trade.
Siobhan Revel Jr. from 6'2", 194. I mean, that's not a bad pickup either. But if I'm going to pick a 6'2" guy, I'm going to take Will Johnson.
Yeah, I think it's corner here. There's Mike Green. They just showed him. So it could be.
Yeah, Mike Green, Will Johnson. I think either of those two picks would be an excellent pick. Either of them.
Yeah, they added some talent on the offensive tackle. I didn't even realize Laramie Tunsil. That's a good, solid trade for them. So they added there. They made some really good moves. So this is going to be.
Yeah, Will Harris.
A pick.
I mean, you look at those moves.
Yeah. Listen, get a young quarterback, get a young edge rusher. Nope. Offensive tackle, Josh Conlery Jr. Conlery Jr. Not sure I like this pick as much. It's a good pick because you always can.
You go offensive line, right? I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah.
You're going to protect your quarterback. I still would have rather seen them go defense though.
So, again, try to build that line, try to compete with Philadelphia. That part of it makes sense. You're in your division. You know what you're going against.
And obviously that injury for Simmons is really a factor. I mean, he's just dropping like crazy.
Yeah. Buffalo Bills on the clock. Again, we talked the same thing we talked about with the Baltimore Ravens. At some point, like, can they get over this hurdle? Wide receiver picked up Josh Palmer in a trade. Joey Bosa replaces Von Miller. But again, still need some depth. Defensively, we knew they had some problems. They need a cornerback here. Will Johnson. They need defensive tackle. They could go wide receiver here as well. But again, makes sense defensively for them. They struggled at times defensively for a bit. They lost a lot of pieces until those pieces came together with all the new talent. So
I would love to see a 6'4" receiver playing with Josh Allen as a quarterback. I mean, come on. That's not even right.
That's what I'm saying. Do you get the kid more weapons, or do you build your defense to try to, again?
Well, I would build defense, and I can see them going defensive line.
Which, again, if we're talking about copycat leagues, the Philadelphia Eagles beat the Kansas City Chiefs with that defensive line. Buffalo can look at it and say, let's do the same thing. Let's get ourselves a defensive lineman and try to create pressure up the middle and not have to worry about trying to blitz and do some stuff.
And I like that Deani Walker, who's mammoth, 6'7", 331. I could see that, or Mike Green, who's still there from Marshall.
Yeah, get an edge rusher, get somebody that can get some pressure. Something's got to give here in Buffalo too, because again, as good as Josh Allen is, you keep plucking talent away from him, eventually it gets a little more difficult. You got to get him a player that is going to ultimately be able to create some mismatches on the offensive side of the ball. So again, defense is great, but I'd be curious to see if they decide to go a route to say, let's get Josh Allen a weapon. Pick 30, gentlemen. Got 2 left after this, huh? We made it. We made it through. The Buffalo Bills. Well, some of us. Kenny, I think, zoned out the last 10 picks. Kenny's been...
I don't even remember the last time you talked to Kenny.
That's all he's got. Yeah. We've got a lot of yeah.
Oh my God!
Come on, let's go. The
We
pick.
love you,
Let's go.
Kenny.
Let's go. Let's pick. Let's go Buffalo. Come
I
on,
know.
Buffalo. Hello.
Buffalo.
need to
Here's
stand
another
up,
team
man.
though. Like how many times can you get close? They just showed a stat since 2019, the most wins without a Super Bowl appearance. Like they can't even get to the Super Bowl. Like at least if you got to the show,
right?
So to me, it's like it's an ultimate disappointment every year because this team should be there. They should be there. They have enough talent to get to the Super Bowl. Some of these picks are going to make a difference.
I also think they have one of the top 2 quarterbacks in the league.
So some of this is going to make a difference. They've got to get something here that ultimately helps them. They need to be able to find that diamond in the rough that's going to ultimately be a player that's young enough, make some noise, and then ultimately get them to where they need to be, and that's the Super Bowl.
Are they even? Oh, okay. Are they like bringing the pick out yet, or what?
Picks in. Yep.
Nothing.
Not yet.
They milked this for all it's worth.
No, they have a fan doing the pick. Another he's another Make-A-Wish. So
yeah, I wish they announced the pick.
Behave, my goodness, it's so bad.
Make the pick.
I can't.
Make the pick.
You see what I go through? You see what we go through?
What is the problem?
Be nice.
You guys are just afraid to say what's on your mind.
Maxwell Hairston, cornerback from Kentucky.
Yep.
Good pick.
Wait. No, I had him.
Maxwell Hairston.
Yep.
No, very good pick. I think, again, you need to get guys that can shut down.
Boy, there's a couple of players that have really slipped.
But would you put Maxwell Harrison ahead of Johnson?
No, I didn't.
So that might be the only thing that I would play.
In fact, Hairston is only 5'11". So
Kansas
I would not go
Kansas City Chiefs made a trade.
Pittsburgh?
With Philadelphia. They flip-flopped.
Why?
What?
Wow.
This is odd. I don't even know what we just watched. What is that?
So now Philadelphia is 31.
Yeah, and why would we make a one? I'm just gonna.
Makes no sense.
Yeah, that one's baffling. Like, there's no way. Even if you're jumping ahead of Kansas City, like what are we? Who's out there now? Who's out there? Who's the edge rusher that you've been talking about? That's left.
Mike Green.
So I think this is where they're going. They lost Josh Sweat, Philly. Kansas City needed edge rusher too. They probably knew that they would possibly lose him. This is going to be Mike Green, kid from Marshall, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why they did this move.
Yeah, but are we Marshall?
Ah, very good. Good job. All right.
I like what you did there.
Good job there, buddy.
All right.
I see what you did there.
Oh,
Yeah, but the correct answer would have been we are Marshall.
You know what the correct answer is? What the hell was that joke? That's the correct answer. So, gentlemen, we are down to the final two picks. The Super Bowl teams who just made a pick, they just swapped picks. So, interesting. But Philadelphia moves up one spot. I'm thinking it's Green here, and they might have felt
Maybe
like
that was a payback for them outbidding the referees or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah. See now I can't put up the stupid eagle graphic.
You put it up for a sec if you want. If it makes you happy.
Well, isn't it?
But now it's 31. Yeah, there you go. Now you can switch it back. There you go. You got it, right? There you go. Not as many surprises here at the end. Shedeur Sanders not drafted.
Hey, it's not over yet.
You think the Kansas City Chiefs pick him up?
No.
Or you think the Chiefs trade out again?
They could trade out again.
I'm gonna get me a sports coat like that, gentlemen, and I'm gonna have all your pictures on it of sports info we've done. I think that's what we need to do.
Yeah.
Right? We just open it up.
Awesome.
A bunch of us. When we did the NBA preview show or the NHL show, or just have a bunch of pictures of you guys.
God, I need to stand. Yeah. I'm not sure I'll be able to stand.
Well, you know what we need to do is add commercials to this next.
Yeah, right. Brought to you by
the Eagles on the clock. The pick is in. Some of the needs: edge rusher, wide receiver, linebacker, offensive guard, kicker. They need a kicker. They did pick up Josh Uche, former New England Patriot. But I think this is Green here. I think may be the reason why they traded up, because
if it's not, it is not easy being Green. It's not easy being Green.
I can't right now with you. You know what? I'm too tired to even argue with you about this.
11:30.
I know. I gotta jump off soon because I gotta try to order my Nintendo Switch 2. It's at midnight.
I haven't played a video game this year.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. You can pre-order at midnight.
Yeah, that's good. Happy for you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. You're real kind. The next two picks are going to take 6 hours. 6 hours.
What are you going to get with it?
Don't worry about it. Mario Kart 9, yes. Donkey Kong. Yeah, why not? Why not? All I know, gentlemen, is this is the longest 10 minutes.
Oh, my life. Oh.
You all right there, Kenny?
One more, Kenny. Got to make it through one more.
No, two more still.
No more.
Well, this one's in.
Let's
It's
go.
just taking its time. Taking its time.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm buying
Wait,
some
that's not
perfume
that
now.
time.
I don't get.
Oh,
If I'm Kansas City, I'm bringing up my pick. Picking the
Already?
guy that they wanted.
Switch. Dude, I think they've left all the commercials for the very last picks there. What are we doing? These have been the longest commercials.
all right. Right. It's like
Another commercial.
like a 20th commercial.
Holy cow.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
Well, I might as well get our plug in for tomorrow. Join us tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our regularly scheduled program, Sports Unfolded, where obviously we'll cover some of the draft, the NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, talk about a little bit of Major League Baseball as well. So join us tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Rhode Island Broadcasting, on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, and on Sports Unfolded.
Braving the day.
We flip-flop picks and a fifth-round pick. So the Eagles gave up a fifth-round pick for this one. Let's see. Let's see what this was. It's like, what do they do? Call each other, like, who you picking? I think I'm picking that. Okay, well, why don't I give you this so I can move it?
Right.
Weirdest, like,
exactly.
All right. The pick is
Sneeko all over again.
the Dallas Mavericks, yes. Trade Luka. Jahad Campbell.
Here we go.
Linebacker of Alabama.
Yep. He was my number 2 remaining.
He slipped way down.
All right. So Green might go
Yeah,
still.
he was my number 13.
So Kansas City is the final pick of the 2025 first round of the NFL draft. Again, losers in the Super Bowl. Again, defensive tackle, offensive line obviously would be a need. We saw what happened in the Super Bowl with them. Wide receiver as well.
Oh my God, you are not going to believe this. I'm at my limit for the ticker.
Hey, look at that. So you can't put the final one in?
Right.
I can't put the last one in.
All right. We could maybe take round one out if you wanted to at the beginning of it.
No, we're just going to end after it's picked. Every time it comes around on the ticker, I'll say, and number 32 was.
The pick's in, by the way, though, so that's good. But they'll probably go to 6 commercials. Chiefs 15-2 last year, gentlemen. Again, we talk about dominance with the New England Patriots for all that stretch. Is this the are they considered the new Patriots? Like just that dominance to get to the Super Bowl?
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully we don't have that problem this year. It's time for somebody else to be in there.
Are you going with Buffalo?
Yep. I'm going to stay with Buffalo until they win it.
All right. What do you got? Buffalo, Detroit again? I think everybody wants that last year and it didn't happen because then one of them had to win.
Yep.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think they can do it.
Who, Detroit or Buffalo?
Detroit.
Biggest competitor for the Chiefs, right? Baltimore, Buffalo. Buffalo made a good move. Baltimore made a good move. Let's see what the Kansas City Chiefs do. And they get an additional fifth-round
What's
pick.
up with the hugging?
It's been a big thing. It's been a thing tonight.
Like, nobody likes him that much.
We're going to assume this is defense, correct?
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Hey, what happened to what happened to Worthy? Didn't he get busted for something?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Wide receiver could be an issue. This, to me, though, I think they gotta strongly consider if there's an offensive lineman that's even close. I would probably say go offensive lineman because you're not picking until the end of the second round again.
Yeah, they need offensive lineman, wide receiver, defensive line, edge, and a safety.
Yeah.
Like every other team.
So I would say offensive line. Who's the best offensive lineman left?
Well, it should be Simmons, but he has dropped because of that
ACL. Which again,
ACL.
at the bottom, last pick.
Look at Andy Reid.
Ursary is 6'6", 330. But, I mean, he's number 44 overall.
But again, you're probably not going to pick again till 60 now. So you may have to stretch it a little bit and take them. I think they go offensive line here. It makes the most sense because
they were all over him in the Super Bowl.
And where you're going to pick again, second round those guys start to go quick. Offensive linemen start to go very quick.
They're on a commercial, aren't they?
No, the pick's in. Commission is coming up. Here we go, buddy.
All right.
Here
we go.
It could be the end, gentlemen.
Josh Simmons, Ohio State defensive tackle. Sorry.
Josh Simmons, offensive tackle.
There we go. He finally got it.
Good pick.
Oh, that is a
good pick.
Right.
Good pick.
Yeah. They're getting a bargain there.
And they picked up a pick. So that's been the NFL Draft 2025. Want to thank you both for joining us tonight. Obviously, tune in tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to break down a little bit of this draft tomorrow on our show. But again, we've had some fun tonight. We do this every year annually. So like, share, follow us on all our social media platforms on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, as well as TikTok. We will see you all tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And as always, we always ask for peace on earth.
Have a great night, everybody.